All righty, folks, get your cup of coffee and then let's get started. Got everybody, Mr. Barrett, get his coffee. All right, well, good morning, everybody. I think yesterday, I feel it was a great day. There was excellent questions, good comments. Expect the same today. What I hope to accomplish today is get through the rest of the presentations by 12:30. Got a nice lunch for you, and then we'll reconvene, and we look for you to provide questions, input, recommendations for the board. And myself and Harvey will sit there. I guess the board would sit in too and listen, let you do the conversation. So with that, I'm going to welcome Reagan and let him get started.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Reagan Samaniego. I'm your clubhouse managers and your food and beverage director.
20 years.
20 years. When I started, that's when the club was having some issues with child labor laws. Okay, so I'm going to read my preamble and then we'll go from there. Section 11, and just for points of references, I'm going to refer to pages 144 through 149, and then 208 to 213, page 215 and 227 will be a majority of my presentation. The 24-25 season was marked by tremendous member participation, presenting both exciting opportunities and new challenges for our food and beverage program. The increased volume pushed us to think more creatively and adapt our dining services to better manage demand while maintaining a high standard of the experience. Through innovative thinking, flexible operating schedule, and dynamic service offerings, we rose to the occasion. The season launched with strong momentum in November, highlighted by the ever-popular Seafood Splash Pool Party and a memorable Thanksgiving celebration that included both in-club and to-go dining. Throughout the year, several standout events showcased our commitment to delivering imaginative and engaging experiences. The Back to the Future Eagles Atlantic Party received rave reviews, while Concert Under the Stars and the crowd favorite Rock on the Range proved that a little creativity goes a long way when hosting nearly 600 people on the driving range for a high-energy tribute to the Rolling Stones. New Year's Eve brought a bold transformation of the lounge into a stylish speakeasy, again demonstrating how out-of-the-box thinking can turn a traditional celebration into something truly unforgettable. And we closed the season with the elegance and flair of Sakura, an event that was visually stunning and was refined. Your F&B team is energized and ready to continue pushing boundaries, from the lobster night and holiday celebrations to the always anticipated white party. We are committed to creating more opportunities for members to enjoy the club in fresh and exciting ways. This past season was a testament to our team's passion and innovation, and we look forward to building on this success in the year ahead. We continue to evolve as a department. The department performed strongly compared to budget, with creative controlling of the staffing levels to accommodate the amount of business we are doing. The F&B team worked hard to bring a variety of exciting menus, parties, themes, and special events throughout the season, and your F&B team is up to the challenge of exceeding your expectations this year. I'd like to introduce my management team. Our food and beverage team, I'll start with Sandra, looking so wonderful in her new dress. I love her new dress in the company. Sandra's been with us for 3 years now. She's entering her 3rd season. She's done a fantastic job transforming our catering department. enjoy having you here. Kim Foncier, Kim, you are on. Yeah. So he's our assistant food and beverage director, manages the beverage program, is really transforming the beverage program, and he does a great job. He runs the payroll and the scheduling in the summertime as well, and Kim he's a gentleman and professional. We have Chef Chris, our executive chef. He's been our executive chef now for 5 years, been with the club for about 7. Chris is, he's a great partner. He is someone who is willing to try anything for our members. He goes above and beyond. He is a great leader of his team. He doesn't just tell them how it's done, he shows them how it's done. And I think that really is an important way to lead the staff. So we're very lucky to have Chef Chris. Be sure to support him at the Chef Showdown. I'm giving a shout out for Kristen and Mrs. Pat over on that project. So we need him to outshine our old chef. To the left, we have Scott Petak. Scott is a behind-the-scenes guy, but he is so important to our operation and what he does. He is the gatekeeper of your money. And he is out there shopping for the best products, for the best prices. And one of the things that he has done in his time here is he has created $327,000 in cash rebates since 2019. So he's done a great job there. In the back of the room, we have our Director of Hospitality, Jason Forrestal. That's a position we created, and he does a great job in member services, and his knowledge of food and beverage is really second to none. And I really enjoy learning a lot and listening to his pre-shifts, because there's something, he'll tell you about a grain that was, invented in Egypt and the ancient times, and it's really great. So thank you, Jason. And Michael Van Billiard starting his 3rd season. Michael will be promoted this summer. He's done such a great job leading the service team and really running the day-to-day services in the dining room and the grill room. And Abby came. She really did come. So Abby's wonderful. I'm going to let Chef, why don't you talk about Abby real quick?
So Abby was my addition from last year's budget meetings. I said I was going to be hiring a pastry cook to start. She is a graduate of CIA. Where is it? What's it called? In CNN? Hyde Park, that's what it is. Hyde Park, New York. It's an amazing program. She is, the first season she was here, which is this last one, I had her just kind of seeing what all it takes to put desserts out for you guys every day. So now this year we'll be adding to her skills and equipment and everything to her to actually start producing some stuff for you on a daily basis. So that's why we brought her and introduced her. You started to see her at the buffets, the dessert section of the buffets, handing out desserts and assisting her. She's going to be more involved with okay.
And certainly last but not least, my little sister in the group, Amanda Perez, who is the food and beverage admin. She does a great job both in assisting our food and beverage department and the catering side. She works very closely with Sandra, but she's responsible for a lot of the e-communications that you see, all the menus, the BDOs, and creating events with Sandra. So, and then, I always like to talk about it. When Amanda came in, it was really when we were transitioning in the catering director position, and she just out of nowhere just stepped up and really acted as an interim in that time. She did a fantastic job. So thank you, Amanda. Our management team will be putting a tremendous focus on training, including daily staff meetings, formal training sessions, including classroom and role play. We're also exploring bringing back KKNW as a consultant to do a training session with our team. And our H2Bs that will be here starting next month. And RCS will continue to be our quarterly alcohol compliance training provider. Chef Joe is not here right now, but Chef Joe and Chef Kelly and Max and Tullamore round out Chef's kitchen management team. And Joe is really the guy who leads the grill room most of the time, especially for a la carte dinner services. You'll see him expediting. And he's really stepped up to that tremendous challenge because the volume in the grill room is very significant, especially in the season. And then Kelly does a really great job in leading upstairs and in the services. Our H2B program proved to be very successful, bringing enthusiasm and energy to the food and beverage department and the rest of the full-time staff. This year, 35 internationals will join us, which is an increase from last year's number. Internationals from South Africa, Romania, Jamaica, South America will be joining the Gleneagles family. We're bringing back 9 back-of-the-house employees, and all 9 of those. We're bringing 9 back-of-the-house employees, and all 9 of them are returners. And that's really going to aid in consistency. We have some really, really strong culinary H2B employees, and always look forward to having them back. We're also looking forward to the arrival of 16 front-of-the-house returners. And then it's a total of 26 of them, and 16 of them are returning. So very excited. The familiar faces everybody loves, the Laylas and the Jamies, Kim and Janice, Nova. So we're looking forward to them being. Through July, with stronger member usage over the last year's covers are 3,153 favorable to budget. Additionally, revenues are projected to exceed budget by $36,000, almost $37,000. Again, pointing out to the solid performance by the department. We've worked diligently to evolve our business model, most notably by expanding dining opportunities and meet the strong and consistent demand for the grill room. This budget has been thoughtfully developed to reflect both the popularity of the grill room and the continued growth in member participation and enthusiasm that Gleneagles is known for. We are optimistic we can sustain our successful reciprocal program in the summer months and also continue to focus on improving the quality and the variety of food while keeping attention on the challenges that each new year presents. We have budgeted an increase of 2,400 covers to the first 10 months of the current fiscal year, combined in all venues. We anticipate high demand in the grill room, and we will utilize it year-round for lunch and dinner. The grill room will increase by 5,700 covers compared to the actual of this year, which is about 67,000 we're budgeting. Will be utilized with a modern casual dining approach for lunch and dinner. I think our department is pretty well known for making quick adjustments, and we fully expect to be confronted with having to make those decisions based on operating schedules, venue usage, staffing, things we have to do. So, like everyone else, we'll start with the capital. That's on page 147. As you can see with our capital, it's a significant decrease from most years, and the thought process behind it is we're about to go into a new renovation, and we're going to try to tie in a lot of the stuff into the project. And we said that the things that we need, we are asking for, and things that we are asking for, we're making sure can transfer into the renovation so that we utilize. It's not a 1 or 2 year. For the grill room, we're looking to replace the china for the salad bar buffet. We've actually started that a little bit. We moved the china last year because a lot of the members had requested it. The bowls that we got for the salad bar were a bit heavy, so we changed those out to something that's much more manageable. And when I say heavy, I mean it's heavy for everybody, not just for our members. It's heavy for the staff when they're clearing the tables and so on and so forth. So that's 2,000. The patio dining, especially at lunchtime in the grill room, is very popular. The tables on what we call the pool patio, which is the side of the Healthy Lifestyle Center, they are extremely faded. We're asking to be able to replace those tables. for 6,500. Legends, chef needs a new steam table for his kitchen. That steam table the current one is on its last legs. What he's looked at is something that would transfer into the new renovation. That's 8,000. Again, as Chef spoke about with Abby, and I ran into Abby yesterday. I said, I'm going to present, to our board and our budget and finance all the stuff that we're asking for your pastries and desserts and baking. So you better be here. And I'm surprised she did come. So thank you for being here, Abby. But dessert and pastry equipment package, and it's if you need to know specific items in there, I'm sure Chef can speak to them. But it's multiple equipment and things for Abby to start bringing some more homemade stuff into the rotation. We could never ever keep up with our volume, but if there's a specialty dessert or for a specialty night, things like that, Abby's already produced. She did this Oreo tiramisu about a week ago that looked off the charts. So that's exciting. Replacement china for new china for Legends. At the end of the day, we still have 2 years left in Legends. We have this season, we have this upcoming season, and the following most of it. So this is for some specialty plates. We did begin a new Legends menu concept, and we're looking to get the right plates to help the presentations, like the right side bowls and things like that for sauces and sides. That's 6,500. Catering displays and buffet pieces. I think the breakfasts and lunches have stood out in the lounge, not only for the great food, but how we're presenting it. And Sandra's done a fantastic job in bringing her vision to those opportunities. When we're doing a ladies' open day in the veranda or a private function, we're just presenting so much nicer. We just want to continue to add to the opportunities and the pieces for that. So that's 3,500. Slow closing chafing dishes. If you've seen the chafers that we're doing now with the black tops, inevitably someone's boom. Right. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Boom. So we're looking to not have a boom. And these are slow closing, like a drawer or toilet seat, just so there's 12 of those, and that's about 8,400. Freezer cameras. This is an important thing. Actually, I thank Mr. Wolf for providing some guidance on this. So freezer cameras are important to Chef. It's an additional security measure, which is not the primary reason. I think it's more to maintain, see why, what's going on there, who's moving stuff around, why things are getting a little discombobulated. I mean, is there anything else to that, Chef? Holding people accountable. Yeah.
Question on that. Does the camera have the ability to we don't know the freezer's gone down until you have a freezer. Imagine if you had it, wherever the one is, you had it, you're just with the thermometer measures the temperature. Just think it's another safeguard for. Right.
Yeah, that's good. Counter wine cooler, and this would be one for Legends and one for the Grill Room. It's something that Kim has been wanting. Obviously, our white wines are being served chilled because we refrigerate them, but we don't have a proper storage for our. I don't want to say proper storage, but the red wines has the opportunity to be served at a better temperature. And Kim, it'd be a shame to have all the good juices Kim brings in and not be able to serve it to the right temperature. And anybody who's around drinking those our reds are served a little bit on the warm side. So this will immediately help that right Kim. And lastly, F&B iPads. We just need more of them if we want it in every service in every room. We just need to add to it. So that's a $2,000 charge.
Reagan,
explain to the group your most recent survey and the use of iPads, because we finally have our folks using the remote ordering systems. It's working out well. Real kudos to Jason and the team for really getting that going. But I'd just like you to share that.
So I will tell you, we are ahead of most clubs regarding mobile POS. And when I'm talking about clubs, we're not talking about restaurants. And the biggest reason is the software, right? What Jonas offers, or what Club Essentials offers, or Cobalt, or North Star. So I reached out to some of the assistant general managers in the area, and the ones that responded. So only 2 use a mobile POS, and we're one of them. Currently, everybody's obviously trying to move in that direction. Right now, 6 of them do not use mobile POSs. 3 of them did not answer, so I'm assuming those are no's. So that went to 9. And then 2 of them do use them for like what we do on our barbecue. So do someone working that, but not using it for a la carte dining. So it was just an interesting. I was curious where they were at, what systems they were using. Jonas appears to be the program that people are using for mobile. Of the people, North Star people weren't using it. I think we were the only Club Essentials person. So.
Any question? Yeah. Mr. Wasserman and then Mr. Levy.
Yeah, from previous questions and answers about the software program. Are the programs flexible enough to meet chefs' needs, and how we'd like to see things coming in?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've modified it continuously, literally after almost each service, and we're learning more and more about how it works. A la carte dining is the greatest challenge regarding that mobile ordering system. But our team is getting it. I think our HTBs are going to get it much easier than our full-time staff, just based off of their comfort with technology. But it's, like Mr. Smith said, Jason did a great job implementing it, and Michael and Kim and myself supporting it. It's the future. We're pushing forward with it, and literally Jason and Chef meet after each service, and the next day, and talk about how we can make it a little bit more efficient.
Question. Some of this is reusable. Are we ordering enough chafing dishes and wine coolers to not only to be reused, but are we under ordering for future use?
We're not under ordering the wine coolers. 1 per bar should be sufficient. I think Kim is pretty happy with that. Regarding the chafing dishes, I met with Chef who felt 12, because those chafers are used when the holiday week, when we have to use the Hall of Champions, or if we're using the veranda. Our main waterfall room does not require those chafing dishes. It's more for private functions, something if we have to go off to a satellite or elsewhere. So 12 is a good number. So.
Yeah, Mrs.
So the new China, I know you said there's 2 more years in Legends. Is there the assumption that we're only using this for 2 more years? Or is it something that you were thinking makes it into the after the renovation?
Yeah, no, our goal would be to get new China for the new dining room.
This is an interim.
This is an interim, but it's replacing what's broken throughout the company.
My understanding is the club is looking to migrate to a different operating system in way of software. What you're doing now with the mobile stuff, is that going to require some changing over when software is upgraded, and are you sort of prepared for that?
Well, we've not made a final decision on whether we're moving to Cobalt or not. We are working with Boca West, and they haven't been really cooperative with us and us trying to get over there. So we're actually going to reach out to Rob Smith, who runs Cobalt, to reach out to Boca West to try to get them. Jose did. Okay. So we want to see their operating system, in action, and there will be a an adjustment, but it's still going to be through tablets. Nobody's using like those toast limits yet in the clubs.
So this is not a question, but I have noticed that the servers are doing a terrific job lately with the point of sale system, and I'm really proud of them. They're doing great.
But they were given a challenge. They're working through that challenge. There are some, there are some things. We all text on our phone, and we think we press R, we press S, or I mean, that's really what we're kind of experiencing. Not so much choosing the right or wrong item, but just the way the interface is, the way it's set up. The check mark and an X are right next to each other. And you think you press the check mark, and you press the X, and now that's why 5 dinners came out to a table of 6 instead of 6. And those are the things we're looking for.
Chef, kudos to you for having Abby and doing some pastries here, because I think it's long overdue here. I'm just curious, one, where are you going to put this equipment in the kitchen? And 2, are you going to expand when we're going forward and doing this remodeling as far as pastries go?
Yeah, so for the time being, whenever we're not working in veranda, I'm actually gonna set her up over there. She would move out for days where we are having dinners over there, but that would kind of be her spot this upcoming season. When we start the remodel on the Legends kitchen, we have we've done expanded this one. She will have a corner dedicated to herself in the veranda kitchen. From the remodel forward. Once Legends is done, I'm expanding across from my office, kind of in towards the waterfall where that service station is. She's getting that whole new corner cut out. Yep. Yeah, so she's gonna have, we actually designed it last Wednesday after the meeting, or 2 Wednesdays ago. Sat with her and we designed her little corner that's gonna go there. We'll accommodate everything she needs to produce without those. Yeah.
Mr. Kavanaugh.
Just focusing on the iPads and the process. Okay. And we all have different dining habits. Friends who come in and say hello, they want to order. I want to have conversation, and then I want to order, and then maybe at the height of the 6 or 7 o'clock. And so my question is, does this speed up the process? Let's say during that 6:30, 7 o'clock period, getting the message to the kitchen and serve.
Well, the timing aspect of it has certainly been something we're working on. It's actually, sometimes they come in too quickly. I mean, that's probably the best way I can say it. It certainly has changed the buffer between each order. And what I've noticed the last couple a la carte services is that 6:45 to 7:15 time frame, we're getting hit pretty hard. It does get the orders to the kitchen earlier, which I'm not too worried about, but what we really have to instill in our staff is how they're timing, and I'm speaking only about Legends because it's a 3-course meal. How they're timing, they control the pace of the table, but what they are accustomed to on how they time their table and when they fire their table, it's a little different now. They have to work off a different assumption. And this is A, because of the iPad, and B, everything in that kitchen, every order is being cooked fresh to order. So in the past, when you were done with your salad, might be the time where I fire the table. But now I really need to time it where it's like, all right, Mrs. Seidel's probably 5 or 7 minutes before finishing your salad. I got to fire that now, because if it's going to take 20 minutes for this order to come out, I want to time it where when I clear the plate, they're only waiting 10 to 12 minutes. That's really the goal.
Mr. Levy.
We had spoken about this. Would it be helpful for the managers to have headsets in order to fire up the food?
It might, we could also probably get around that just by, we could be carrying our own iPads, and firing the tables from our own iPads. It's another opportunity. We wouldn't really even need a headset, we just,
It's fine with me.
Does it make a difference when you put in the order, meaning like, are you taking everything up front, or are you like, so if you're ordering your whole dinner, mostly Legends, but in general, you're ordering your whole dinner all at once, right? Is that the problem? I say the problem, but
yeah, it's not a problem. It's just, timing is just different, and, your order, when I take your order and I finish it, it goes directly back and it saves a step, because instead of taking your order and then going back to ring it in, it's going in right away. It's making it come in a little quicker.
Do you have,
Oh, go ahead, and then Ms. Moss, you're next.
do you have a standard delay procedure? So let's say I come in to eat and you serve my salad at 4%. And you should have an idea at a table for 4 or a table for 6. It's usually going to say 15 to 20 minutes and the salad is completed. So in the system that goes into the kitchen, if you're planning to fire up at the conclusion of your salad, shouldn't it be automatic that it pops up on the computer that you delivered at 6:45, at 7:05, that particular table, the firing should begin automatically? And I don't know how long it takes when you fire something up until the meal is completed, let's say another 15 minutes. So you're sitting at 6:45, you're actually served the meal, let's say at 7:15, and that becomes a standard. That takes out some of the problems that you have of saying, when do I do this? Because pretty much everybody eats at pretty much the same pace. If they have the soup or they have the salad, let's say it's 15 minutes. You would have this automatically done. In the kitchen, we get that information 15 minutes later and begin the start of the meal. That way it would take a lot of the guessing out. You already have it done.
Yeah, I see Jason wants to kind of answer that. Jason, you want to?
Jason, use the microphone so the folks at home can hear. Here, use this one.
Speaking to that, it is a good question. I wish it could be automated, but one thing you have to realize, when you walk in at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and you sit down, you're the first table in the dining room, and the chef has no tickets in front of him, the time that I take to fire it may be completely different than when you have a 6:30 reservation, and you look in the kitchen, and there's 25 tickets up. We just are trying to reteach our service staff to pay more attention to what chef's got in his kitchen, and say, hey, he's got 20 tickets up. I might even fire my food before I bring the salads. We just have to kind of learn that. In a regular restaurant, like I said, that, like Reagan always makes the comparison of when you come to eat dinner, when you're driving up 95, when you're going to Miami and you have to go to the airport. If you leave at 4:30 in the morning, how long does it take? If you leave at 8 o'clock in the morning, how long does it take? You know, so that congestion that happens at that 6:30, 6:45, 7:15 time, when all of a sudden chef has got 25 tables, and they're all 4 tops, 6 tops, 8 tops, that's a lot of food that he's got to be producing all over the week, as opposed to that 5 o'clock table, you know, when Mr. Afternoon was in the dining room, hey, here we go, I'll let you finish your salad, the chef that was be pretty good. So,
All right, let's stick to budget. And operationally, we're kind of getting off track here. Hold on, Mrs. Moss, did you have something? Okay, you side down.
So knowing that we get slammed at certain hours, do you have enough cooks for that? That isn't budgetary. Is it a space issue, or do you have enough cooks and it's just that we can't help but be slammed?
Yeah, it's not, we have enough cooks. I mean, we have enough cooks. That's not the issue. I'm a big kind of comparison guy, like Jason said. You know, I like to make analogies. Yeah, there's no traffic on the road if everybody's driving the same amount, speed and staying in their lanes and doing what they're supposed to be doing. But inevitably, you have one person that's driving 15 miles an hour slower, somebody driving 20 miles an hour too fast, right? Same thing with the dining. Did they come in on time with their reservation? Did they order? Did they want to sit and talk for 20 minutes before ordering? These are all things that add to the backup of the. So it's not a question of You can't add 6 more cooks and it's gonna come out faster. That's not gonna happen. That's what.
If all the tickets are in though, you know that they're in. It's not like somebody's eating slower or faster, the tickets are already in.
Yeah.
It's you too, it's the
I
usual.
did. Green light turns on, green light. Okay, see, mine doesn't. So you have, how many servers you got? 20 on the floor? 15?
No, not right now,
Oh,
but
not right
in the
now.
season,
What do
let's
you
say 15.
I have 9 cooks that cook 200 meals. I don't care if the tickets are all in at once. 200 meals can't come out in 10 minutes unless I've pre-fired, pre-cooked, and you're literally just reheating options, and I'm not doing that. So when we want to do 56 walk-ins last night, I was prepared for 150 people. We were almost 200. And everyone sat between 6 p.m. and 6:45.
That's key.
I can't put that there.
One of the solutions is if we could convince our membership to start eating at 5:30, and the last group come in at 7:30 or even 8 o'clock. But that's not it. Your window is about 45 minutes to an hour, which it is what it is. So you can have 30 tickets in the window. Come back on a Friday night and just sit back there and watch. You watch that grill station. The guy had, how many steaks did he have on at one time the other night?
Not enough space.
Yeah, the
They had
grill
like
was-
30 pieces.
The solution is that we will get a bigger grill in that new kitchen. Absolutely. The equipment, this kitchen is still 30 years old, the way it's laid out. Chef and his crew and the designers know what we need, and that's where the changes will come. But
Crunch time's still going to be crunch time.
Mrs. Moss,
And
yeah,
So-
yeah, you can't.
I've talked about this with Ray, and as far as what Mark Levy said, we have seen it at different clubs. If we don't have it, maybe we should hire specific people to watch a group of tables once they're almost done with their salads and make sure that the food starts getting fired. There's got to be some process so it's easier for the chef. I don't know, we've seen it done.
That's one, let me just make a comment. That's one of the biggest attributes of why we use these tablets, is your front server is supposed to stay in the dining room. You have food runners. Correct me if I'm wrong. Your front server is supposed to order the food, go to the next table, order the food, watch the tables, call it into the kitchen. You can fire it from the mobile app. They do go back, but our goal is to keep the front people in the front and your food runners in the back. I mean, is that correct?
Yeah, but
I'm not
so
saying,
I know what
I'm
you,
not saying the food runner or the server. I'm talking about a specific person to watch a group of tables and let the chef know, or the kitchen know, when people are almost done with their sales and ready for their entree.
well, we could allocate that. We have the numbers to do that in the wintertime. Currently, we don't have the numbers, but I'm, between myself, Kim, Jason, Michael, Dorn, and Alex, I'm pretty confident, and we are transitioning and getting used to this mobile system. I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to manage that. I really am.
Mr. Barish had a question or comment.
In deference to everybody commenting, we have a management staff and a team here. If we don't have any confidence that they can't make this work, we have a problem. And I don't think, I'm a consumer. I'm not in the kitchen, and I don't really, to be honest with you, I don't care how you do it, okay? You can't change the hours people want to eat. This is a country club. And they're gonna come when they want to come, and they don't want to be told, I have to be here, and so forth. So we have a tremendous staff, and my answer is, just let them do it.
Here, here. Mr. Rich?
Possibility exists that you could spread it out a little bit with reservations. That said, this is all operational, not budgetary, so let's go.
Yeah, thank you. Mr.
I have a question on the capitals real quick. With the advent of the veranda closing up, or using the grill and the Glen, the tables that we're ordering, the new tables outside, did we add to that? Do we need to add to that? Do we have enough chairs? Because that's going to be a busy area when we
You wanna
close
add to
down
that,
the
Jason?
main, when we close down the main clubhouse. No, it's just operationally, if we're gonna order them, do we need, for not an extravagant amount of money, more tables and or chairs to satisfy what we're gonna need? Do you have enough tables?
So I'd like to answer that one.
Okay.
Okay. I feel comfortable with the amount of tables we have on the putting patio and the pool patio, in addition to what we have in the grow room, is far, we're pushing the limit into what the kitchen can produce. We don't want to add too many tables where we can't produce them.
Okay, and we do have some of the mobiles which we can put out there for some of the larger parties.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I mean, we can order some more for the opportunities when we need it, if it's a Taco Tuesday down there, you know, but a la carte.
Just one additional comment, it's highly probable that we won't have the multi-purpose room, it's like that's gonna turn into offices. So we'll lose that as well. Any other questions? Okay, yes, Mr. Goldberg.
So you're gonna be ordering new tables for the pool patio. Do you feel that you should be ordering new chairs as well to complement those tables?
We can. I mean, the chairs are not in bad shape, but we can order certainly something that matches.
Maybe something the budget committee wants to talk about.
Okay.
To operations.
Yes, thank you. Operating schedule, which can be found on page 148. So we'll go with Legends in season. Legends for lunchtime in season will be available 7 days a week. Tuesday through Saturday will be a la carte and buffet lunch dining. Monday will be a buffet only day, and Sunday will be Sunday brunch. Dinner, we're planning on having Legends open on Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday nights. It'll be a combination of a la carte dining and our exciting theme buffet experiences. A la carte dining will include soup or salad and dessert. It's actually something we can talk about, maybe in a different setting, but there's certain things that have been changing with those first courses where it might be time to change that, how we operate with that. Themed evenings include the popular brunch for dinner, lobster night, and cuisine around the world, Italian nights, Asian nights, so on and so forth. In the season, the lounge will be open Wednesday through Saturday from 3 p.m. till close. Season in the grill room, lunch will be served 7 days a week. We will be offering an a la carte dining, soup and salad bar, and barbecue station. Outdoor dining continues to be in high demand when the weather cooperates. So the one little caveat with that is that Sunday dining in the grill room actually begins in January, because the month of November and December, we do the football Sunday up here and in the veranda, so that acts as the second outlet. Dinner in season is going to be offered 5 nights a week, Tuesday through Friday, and then also Sunday nights. Menus will be a combination of our popular gastropub evenings and themed a la carte dinners, with items such as steaks, pastas, salads, and featured sandwiches. Outdoor dining will be available all season. The Glen Bar will be serving drinks beginning at 3 p.m. on Mondays through Friday and Sundays. The Glen Bar will also be available on days that the grill room is open at deviate from the normal operating schedule. Veranda dinner will be open Thursday and Saturday nights. Veranda will remain our premium restaurant, offering rotating specialty menus that will include prime steaks, high-end fish, and creative small plates. The veranda will also be used for various tastings, social activities, and banquets throughout the season. The one thing about the veranda is it does get replaced in the operating schedule when we do club events. If we do a 9 and dine, we maintain the grill room for member dining, but the 9 and dine essentially replaces the veranda dinner. That would be an example, or a dinner show, because we wouldn't open the third night. Summertime, Legends Grill, Glen, and Legends Lounge. Lunch will be served 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday will be lunch in the Grow Room. Wednesdays and Fridays will be lunch in Legends, and brunch will be in Legends on Sundays. Dinner will be offered on Wednesday and Friday evenings in Legends, with Sundays and most Tuesdays in the Grow Room. The Legend Lounge will be open Wednesdays and Fridays, and the Glen Bar will be open Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. And the veranda will be utilized for specialty nights and social events. An example would be this Sunday, we have a pizza pasta night out here. Next month, Kim has a tasting, Center's had several parties out here as well. And we have a, this is on veranda, but to summarize, we'd likely be adjusting the operating schedule at times based on demand, club events, and functionality. Our goal is offering great food and service in an enjoyable environment that fits the desired and needs of our membership. Any questions on the operating schedule?
Before, you're talking before about the flow of the orders. And at times here, and the schedule of 8 p.m., is there any thought to increasing that to 9 p.m. or something like that? And is it a payroll issue? It's not a need to do it?
It's not a payroll issue. There's not a need to do it. My phone or Jason's phone or Kim's phone often rings. So what we do is we allocate a certain amount of reservations per time slot, right? Roughly 24 for a la carte dining. And first, when the reservation's open, the first thing that goes up is 6:30, and 6:45, and 6:15, and 7, and 6, and builds out that way. Reagan, I really need to get in. It's on our wait list. Oh, I can get you in 5:30. Well, that's too late. That's too early. I can get you to 7:15. It's too late. That's, verbatim what we're told. So inevitably they have to choose either to take one of those times or what has been probably occurring a little bit more is I'll just show up to the lounge and then I'll walk in when I want.
You don't find a need for it?
They won't come, so that's why there's not a need. Nobody will eat at 8 o'clock. Maybe on New Year's Eve it's done. And that's the truth of it.
Other questions?
No questions about summer operating schedule? Okay, so let's go.
See what you did?
That's okay.
No, I have.
I have this idea.
You waited, it'd be too long. The question I have is when the bar is open at the Glen, is there a bar night menu down there as well?
Only when we're open for dinner.
So the answer is no,
Correct, it's just hors d'oeuvres.
especially in the summer, when you're open, but you're not open.
4 nights a week, there would be dinner opportunities to eat in the bar. 2 nights, no, and 1 night, we're not open at all, which is fine. We can move to revenue, which you'll find on page 144. On the first page of the operating budget. You will see a proposed combined total of food and beverage sales is $4.4 million, which is a projected increase of just over $75,000 on last year's budget. We are currently projected to finish the year at nearly $37,000 favorable to budget. Column 6 illustrates a $38,603 increase for the 25-26 budget compared to the 24-25 actuals. The reason for this is the expectation of a smaller jump in cover growth, expanded grow room schedule with lower check average than the brand or Legends, and but we still plan on maintaining high level of member participation for special events, holiday weeks, member functions, and we're also accounting for the recent chunks of the Eagles parties. Club and member functions and non-member functions, we are budgeting $475,000 in food revenue, which is an increase from last year's budget of $474,000. But we are currently tracking $512,000. So someone might wonder why we're tracking, and the biggest reason is the renovation. A lot of these private functions that Sandra runs, especially in the summertime, we're in this room, will not have this room. We'll also be offering, we'll still be able to offer parties and legends when we're dining in the grill and vice versa. But, will the optics of the clubhouse and the construction zone take away from some of those parties or the demand for the parties? So we're still budgeting what we budgeted last year. I just don't know if it's going to be quite that uptick that we had this year. But all those fun functions can be found on pages 208 to 213. That's the banquet spread. And Sandra will be happy to answer any questions on those things at the end of the presentation. In terms of covers, we've budgeted $137,954 combined for next year. This is about a 2,500 cover increase. Day-to-day dining continues to be strong. I believe in the excitement about our amazing events, new menus, and our to-go program, and it will remain a large part of our success. We will continue to be cost-effective in our menu creation to help offset the ever-increasing costs and prices. If you refer to page 149 in the bottom left table, you can see the cover variances between 25 and 26 compared to the 24-25 actuals. And lastly, I guess you've probably seen the digital version of the social calendar, but our special events are going to be highlighted by Aurora, our Welcome Back event, which is landed. Our New Year's dining, 1201, the Midnight Society ball drop, and a Walk Through Time, our season celebration event. So last year, really proud of the way we thought out of the box and created a new concept for New Year's Eve. It was really well received, and there's a lot of buzz behind it because a lot of people are like, we didn't go last year, should we go? We really want to go this year. Which room should we go? And for those not familiar, we host a dinner in both Legends and the Veranda. The Veranda is a little bit more of a elegant, refined dining experience that starts later in the night. The Legends is more of a set for a big table and a casual early dinner get together. But what we decided to do is bring the party into the lounge, and the way we staggered it. Dinner in Legends is 5 to 7, and after they go to dinner, they all went into Legends, and we transferred Legends into a speakeasy, and we had a DJ in there, and we did a 9:30 ball drop. And true to form, at 9:30, the majority of that room cleared out, which was perfect because Veranda, we did reservations from 7:30 to 9, and as they went out, the Veranda came in, and I was so proud of the event, and it worked out very well, so we're going to maintain that. The Eagles have a landed party. Will be a traditional Eagles at Monday tonight, Friday and Saturday. But we're not scared to try new things, and with thinking about the future and what this new clubhouse is going to look like, and the versatility in the clubhouse and how we can incorporate each room, Eagles have Flown is going to be a one-night event. It's going to be on Saturday, April 11th. And it's a walkabout. We're going to utilize Legends, the lounge, the lobby, the waterfall room, and the veranda. And the theme is called a Walk Through Time. Cost of sales. The cost of sales reflects. I'm hoping Mrs. Blossom will invite everybody out of the room. Cost of sales. Cost of sales figure reflects the cost of goods to achieve the projected sales. This year we're budgeting the following. Beverage cost is budgeted at 40% even to last year's budget. Currently we're sitting at 38.8. Involving wine list, Amico's signature pour and member tasting classes will continue. Kim is revamping the wine list as our volume increases, and we'll be bringing in a fine variety of wines as well as a creative cocktail list. If anybody noticed, last year we created the Captain's Book. It's a beautiful red book that's behind each bar that lists all our wines, great cocktails, signature cocktails, a list of vodkas, gins, and tequilas, all this stuff. It is the Bible for our bar. Kim and Jason. I'd like to spend a lot of time on that. They did a great job with that last year. Food cost is budgeted at 65.1%. The projected actual for this year is forecasted to be 65.9 on a budget of 65.4. So I'm really, really proud of how we manage our costs this year. And it's a challenging time. Everybody just goes to the store, and to be within a 0.5 percentage point on food and just slightly under in beverage, I think it shows that we're paying attention, we're doing what is meant to be done, and we're hitting our numbers. So Scott, chef, myself work really hard on the food side of things and pricing it and making sure we have attractable pricing while being fiscally responsible. So Scott does a great job working hard on that, so thank you, Scott. We do feel that we'll be able to keep to budget by increasing pricing on menus where needed while bringing in the highest quality of ingredients. We'll continue, we'll be able to achieve this primarily due to menu engineering and cross-utilization. Other income is split into 4 categories. You have your F&B minimum, which is $17.50. We do create a push list for some members that are having trouble spending their minimum. Now we are becoming a little bit more strict with that. Obviously, we had to help people as much as we could during COVID. We actually learned that we had a packaging license and we could do some stuff to help people out. But we do that to our benefit. We charge retail. We're not charging typical member pricing when someone's trying to fulfill their minimum, which also helps with our costs. Gratuity on banquets also covers gratuity on charges on reciprocals, which is 22%. We do a lot of reciprocals, so that's really nice. We also have miscellaneous incomes based on items charged on functions such as linen, flowers, etc. Salary and wages. As a department, we're projected to end the 24-25 fiscal year $137,000 under budget. This year's proposed budget is $488,000 over last year's budget. Several reasons for this, and a full breakdown per shift can be found starting on page 215. You have the majority of that increase is in the annual merit increase, but there are some changes, including we are budgeting to do the grill room more often in the veranda, and there's a different level of staffing for the grill room versus the veranda. We have changes in the department, including additional floor manager and additional coverage in the lounge. We revised our manning schedule. The length of the shift has increased, and that's a big one. So, you used to be able, my buddy Nick Jolly used to say, used to be able to fire the gun through the lounge at 8 o'clock and not hit anybody, and that was true, and that's no longer true. And that lounge is hopping. Our members are using the club, which is great, but it changes the hourly allocation per shift. So, just by raising it a half hour or an hour is going to make a significant impact. And then we also have to account for the shuttle driver each night. So we bus our H2Bs to and from work. The morning shift is handled by our houseman during the normal working hours. But at nighttime, it's generally Willie or Arios or Frankie. Those are the 2 drivers we use, but they have to be on the clock shuttling them. So if it takes an extra 45 minutes to and from and get everything done, it doesn't. That's daily, 6 nights a week. This part's really mine. I'd like to talk about the RSM report, discussing the challenges staffing within the club, stating that members expect a creative kitchen. I'm sure you've heard this before, rather than a manufactured kitchen, highlighting the need to often carry specialized staff throughout the slower months and need the staff and dining rooms for just in case members show up for lunch. But we will continue to work diligently to ensure we're not overstaffing. I think we do a really good job. Ken does in the summer, Dawn does in the season. I think we do a really good job with that. The employees benefits sections contains fixed numbers, and I was going to say Harvey may or may not have already covered the workman's comp section. Can answer any questions on that if you need. Regarding expenses, which you can find on page 145 and 146. Proposed 25-26 budget is $1,067,596, which is 91,000 more than the current projected actual, and 54,000 more than the 24-25 budget. We've actually been, we're actually projected to come under budget in operating expenses this year, but we do anticipate it to decline next year. Some of the things that we did, there did drop menu development from 10,000 to 5,000, but we did have to raise cleaning supplies up to 90,000, which is even with this year's actual from 70. Fuels and lubricants, that's going up from 70 to 75. Uniforms, we're going to raise from 30 to 35. And contract services, which is 93 compared to 6. Why is that with 93? It's because of the yogurt machine. So don't put it on if everybody's curious. The Petrina program, we're budgeting $247,438 this year. That's compared to $233 last year, so it's about $13,000 more. Page 227 shows the full breakdown. There are a couple things that contribute to that. We do have one additional participant this year, so we have 25 returners. It also depends on how many of our people are in country versus out of country. So right now we have 20 of our participants coming that are in the United States right now working at the northern clubs, and 15 are currently outside the United States that we have to bring in. The increase in rent, and then we also have a signing bonus to try to get the best quality staff in, and return a bonus. I would say last year our H2B program or H2B participants were the strongest we've ever had. We're really happy with it, and we got really great feedback on their service last year. But a couple other highlights. Decoration and flowers is a $10,000 increase to $234 versus $224 last year. Music and entertainment, slight increase, $32,000 versus $30,000. Uniforms, like I said, we're increasing to $35,000. This accounts for the new uniform concept for the grow room. We're looking to change that up, but in order to change that up, you have to get everyone in uniforms. And so that will add to that. We did meet with a uniform consulting company, not just for the grow room, but for the new clubhouse. And this covered not just food and beverage, but concierge, housemen, locker room attendants, so on and so forth. And they sent us some nice recommendations and some renderings, which you'll actually see in the renovation brochure when we complete it. But it just creates an excitement, creates a buzz, gets our wheels turning a little bit. And we liked what they presented for the grow room, so we're gonna implement it. So they're working on a sample. Sample should be actually here any day now because it's about a 4-week process. Lastly, like I said, cleaning supplies is a big cap. That concludes the food and beverage presentation.
Mr. Feldman.
Reagan, question. The price of food has increased. It's going to continue to increase through the course of the year. Scott does an excellent job of looking around for bargains and getting rebates, etc. I have a series of questions relating to the cost of food and cost of products. Have we increased the cost of covers for a la carte or any of the other events that we anticipate during the course of the year, or has it remained the same? Second question is, assuming there hasn't been any change, are we taking into account what we think the cost of food may be on a go-forward basis and should be increasing any costs. If we haven't done any of that, do you anticipate that during the course of the year, we may very well have to increase the cost of some of our event or college items?
So, regarding menus, we price them weekly. And it will be a different challenge. So for those who don't know, the Legends menu concept has changed a little bit. We actually expanded that menu. And by doing that, we decided that we're not going to turn it over and change it as much. It's really going to change quarterly. We're going to run weekly specials, so on and so forth. But we're going to have to get used to the fact that we still have to maintain looking at the pricing. And if the cost of the New York Strip Prime steak skyrockets, we either have to decide to replace it on the menu or change the pricing. We can't just sit back and be like, just because the price was this in September, it's going to be this in November. So we're going to be really, really proactive on that. Regarding covers, Harvey and I and our team, we sit down and we go through every single day. We are projecting a slight increase in covers. I'm actually kind of curious. I meant to ask Harvey, I apologize for not doing so. Probably want to do an analysis on total cover counts on the trends, where we were in 2010 versus 15 versus 20 versus 25. I think it generally has a curve to it, and I think we're towards the top of that curve right now. But I'd be curious what those numbers are.
Mr. Heck, and then Mr. Kavanaugh.
Do you think we could have a wine menu on the tables when we have dinner? And you might want to put some special cocktails occasionally on there. I hate to take up my iPhone and put that little square thing on there. And
So it's okay for the servers to use mobile POS, but not you.
So I know I spoke to Kim about it. I think it would be a good idea. And certain times we have certain specials. You might want to say, well, we're having a fish special, and maybe there's a particular type of wine that Kim feels is very apropos to go along with this particular dinner selection. And I'd like to see a basic wine menu at the table. I don't care what you put on there, whatever reds and whites and whatever you want to do. And at least that when we sit down to eat, there's one on the table. If you want to change it, it's not a big deal. But I like the idea of occasionally a few special cocktails that people might like to try.
A good suggestion. We do have the QR code that does, like you said, it does link directly to our wine list. But with the new Legends concept, those who have dined in there have seen the menu. Now, what you're going to start seeing in about a week or two is a specials card. It's going to come slide in, and you're going to have appetizer specials, salad specials, fish specials, and we'll make sure Ken puts on a beverage special as well. So, but your point is taken, and we'll get with Ken.
Yeah, Goldberg, Mr. Benson, Mr. Kavanaugh.
So, are you satisfied with the value? This is both a budget and operational question. Are you satisfied with the value that you're getting from your busing and food runners? And if not, is there some operational other area that you'd like to focus on?
So, candidly speaking, I think our server assistance is probably the weakest link in our operation right now, regarding the difference between our highest M1 and our lowest M1. Also, a pretty difficult position to fix. So, I have been meeting with Jason and Kim and Michael, and we're certainly very open to making changes in personnel more now than ever if we're not getting the production out of that position, because I think a strong server assistant can be invaluable to a server. Thank you.
Page 145, you got the food and beverage minimum. How many are actually still paying the food and beverage minimum? Should this still be in there, or should we take it out?
We still collect
It's in there, isn't it?
Says 50,000, but doesn't show how much it's for.
50,000 just getting spent. What is 2008 by 17?
I'm not sure the question. How many people don't meet their, the deadline?
I
just put the total dollar amount, what we do.
It's hard to say. So it should be, let's say it's 50,000, it could be 150 people, it could be 200 people. It's
I
hard
would
to
have
say.
to go back to something. I would have to pull out the charges and see how many we actually built. That was approximately what the revenue was.
The way it works is you have to spend 1,750. If you only spend 1,700, $50 goes to the unspent line. So it's not like you spent it all or nothing. It's hard to have to bring it out. Typically, it's not that many people. Christmas, when we were looking at it, it wasn't 100 people or even less.
So, Harvey, my question is, too, for the sellers sold last week, it was still undecided a month. I know a couple of sellers who sold who aren't collecting sellers this year, but come October 31st, it'll be a big amount. If you've got everything for people who
Yeah.
said nothing, they put 1750 minimum, they have billed all 1750. So a lot of people who maybe they spend 1710 and 1700 and they can bill $40 here, $50 here.
You watch the to-go orders in the next month.
Yeah.
They take a lot of stuff out.
Right.
Oh, yeah. A couple bottles of wine, some liquor. The good news is the only time we ever make any money is when they buy at full retail a bottle of booze or a bottle of wine. Thank goodness. So it's not a terrible thing.
Make good money when they don't make.
Mr. Benson.
Hi, Reagan, I had just probably some clarification questions on the expenses. Contract services, what does that involve?
So contract service would be our lease for the yogurt machines, would be RCS who comes and does our alcohol compliance training.
So then my question is, why are we having such a significant increase in contract services?
Because we added a second yogurt machine.
$3,000 for a second yogurt machine. Second question, the member giveaway hors d'oeuvres, how is this different from what we have social or member giveaway hors d'oeuvres? What distinction is there here? Yeah. Why are we? On page 146.
Might be stuff like Timmy's free drinks, so I don't know exactly.
So it's just miscellaneous
Miscellaneous
giveaway kinds of
giveaways, yes.
things.
Yeah, no, but the lounge stuff is in the social.
Okay, I just wanted,
I will get you an answer.
my last question, the chiming glass, is it just breakage and different from what the capital we're buying for? Because you've got a line item here for
Yes.
that. That's just normal breakage.
That's correct. So, yeah, what's in the capital is on top of what, so we're looking to buy some new stuff. So the capital would be the new items, a new plate design, a new side dish, where the other is breakage and replacement.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Moss.
So Reagan, in conclusion, food and beverage is near and dear to my heart, and I do appreciate the leadership team, the culinary staff, everything they do. And one thing we all know is everybody eats, so it affects every single member, so thank you very much.
And myself and my team, thank you for your support, and we're really proud to be part of this community.
Mr. Kavanaugh.
Yeah, one question on demographics. Seeing any of the essentially newer members or age groups you have any picture of what it looks like people use in the club, or are they all going?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So as a 20-year employee, I've seen a lot. What I would say is the new member usage today it far exceeds what it used to. The younger demographic usage far exceeds what it used to, and I think that's why we're at the top of that kind of bell curve in our covers right now.
Another topic that Reagan just mentioned about covers over the previous years. This budget has 138,000 covers. Last year was okay. In the current budget, we have I'm going to round it off, 138,000 covers. Last year was 135.5. The year before, in 2024, it was 129. In 2023, it was 118. In 22, it was 136. In 21, we're talking COVID now, it's 119. In 2000, 135. In 2019, 132. In 2018, 130. In 17, 138. In 16, it was 136. In 15, it was 133. It's between 133 and 137. Our covers really don't change that much.
It's just cyclical. It's like golf rounds. At one point in 1997, there was 76,000 rounds, and now we're at 50,000. That'll never change. So I have just a question. If you could turn the camera off, just kidding. We did a small survey, and this was Reagan's idea about charging for drinks, possibly. Just no, Reagan's idea. No, but 100. So I just want to bring it up because that's my job, is to think out of the box. 100 and how many covers? 135 covers, 135,000 covers. 38 at $1 a piece. We looked at some of the other clubs and it was interesting. It surprised me. Predominantly, they would give you drinks at buffet and they would charge you a la carte. I don't know the breakdown between buffet covers and a la carte covers, but food for thought. Is it time? Is this a time to do it, or do we leave it alone? But I wanted to put it on the table. Yes.
So do we know, I mean, it'd be hard to find it here. Do we know our actual cost for it? Like what we lose?
It's in this case, it's, Scott could tell us with bag in the box and that. I don't know that we're prepared, but it's the profit margin on this is huge. It's huge.
Well, there's profit and there's break even and there's not taking a loss. So it depends on how you.
No. If you buy a drink for $2, we're probably expensing 12 cents or 20 cents. I don't know, the number is peanuts. That's what I'm saying. It's like extremely large profit margin. Food, forget it, 65.2% or whatever it is. Anyways, it's just give it some thought. I'll probably be the villain if we did start charging, but we have an obligation to talk about this. And I'm just bringing it to the table. Give it some thought. Reagan, did you have any comments?
Well, I can tell you the exact survey. So when I reached out, so 4 clubs were doing beverage inclusive like we do, and this is water-based, right? Coffee, tea, soda, those kind of things. So 4 clubs were inclusive like us. 4 clubs were beverage included with buffet only, but they do charge it a la carte. And then 3 clubs charge for all beverages. Those were more. I think 2 of those 3 were not residential clubs, they were more golf clubs. So, I mean, my take on it is I just will tell you, when we build our menu and we're pricing, we have something in there called a wraparound cost. So if a steak, if a filet mignon is costing us $15 to put on a plate, then we come up with a wraparound cost, which includes your bread on the table, your butter, your beverage, your side item, all those things are inclusive. And right now, we've been working with about an 8.5. Oh, not the nuggets you're talking, your super salad and your dessert. We're working about an $8.5 wraparound cost. So If the fillet costs us 15 to put it on the plate, we add the 850, now we're at 2350, you do the math to make it 65%. We also have some that are winners and some that are losers. That's pretty much how we do it.
Don't do it. We've had this conversation before. In my opinion, people will think that we're being chintzy, et cetera. They're spending a lot of money. We're spending more money this year, et cetera. If you want to increase it, have a wraparound cost and be done with it.
I contacted 3 clubs. Well, I sent an email out to my CFOs. I heard back from 3 clubs. I listened to all of them. Coffee and soda is included in the buffet. Ibis charges $2.50 a la carte. Beaucaire charges $2 a la carte for soda and coffee. And Bluefield charges $2.75 for coffee and $1.95 for soda a la carte.
No, okay, enough said. I said what I wanted to say. Let's keep going. Mr. Rich.
All right, here we go. Hors d'oeuvres in the lounge.
That's under social. Social. That's under the social, because your nerve giveaway.
630,000. That's different, right? Is that food and beverage?
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of people here think, not all, a lot of people think, consensus, that we're doing too much there. I remember being in a meeting several years ago, where we said we would cut it off at 6:30. That never happened, correct?
No, we haven't.
Right. So there's been some discussion about maybe we can end it at 6:30, 3:30 to 6:30. We understand it's several $100,000 worth of food. We could also limit the budget to a fixed amount. When you get to 250,000, you're done out there. Just carrots after that. That's another way to do it. You can insist that either people pay or they leave. If they don't leave, it's an extra $10 fee. Also now we have bar bites, so nobody's going to starve to death. If you take the food away, the free giveaways that we're all paying for because they're not free, you take it away, either they can get food bites, or they can go get dinner here, or they can leave. I mean, there's no reason to keep filling chopped liver. Let me finish till the cows get home, then I'll be quiet. Because this is a third round, no question about it. A lot of people won't talk about it. I will. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do to adjust this. But spending over $300,000 for chopped liver, when no other club does that, is absurd. Well, a lot of clubs don't do that.
I was at Boca West on.
You're in chopped. Well, let me just finish. That's my thought. My thought is we overdo it. My thought is we have a lot of outsiders that come in and feed off Wednesday night, which is deplorable in my opinion. The same tabletops are taken at 5:30, 10, 12 people come in, there's one member there, and they eat like there's no tomorrow. What can we do to mitigate that situation? Help the chef out, save some chopped liver, that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Rich.
Let me give you just a little bit of history. We did try to reduce or to control the amount of food or, assigning a value to it when somebody came in and said, and they hung me from the flagpole. Because first we said, okay, we're gonna charge $5. And so we had somebody sitting at this door here but then they came in this door. So we minded, then they came into the other door. And then people started to complain, this is tacky. So then we said, if you have dinner, okay, we're gonna give you a plate if we have a reservation for you. If you don't, you gotta pay for it. That didn't work either. So I don't know. I think it's not only, don't think of it just as your hors d'oeuvres giveaway. Your cardroom snacks are almost identical at $350,000 and $333,000. So it's $680-something thousand worth of giveaways that you're not giving it away. You're paying for it in your dues. I don't know. I don't have a solution. I think the vibrant atmosphere that our lounge has is what costs more than a lot of other clubs, because we're sitting with 250 people in that lounge in the season. We don't ever want to damage that success or reduce it. At the same time, if you're going to offer hors d'oeuvres as well, don't put out spanakopita and spinach dip. You got to put out some nice things, which is what is prompting. I mean, some of these hors d'oeuvres are 40, 50 cents a piece every time they pick up a shrimp and bacon wrapped or a scallop bacon wrapped? Nothing? There you go. Mr. Barish, go ahead.
I think in light of the addition that we're going to be building and the additional cost to everybody and the change in the total environment of how the club is going to be run, I think it's something that should be on the table. But I think as far as implementing some kind of particular program and changing it, which I think it does have to be changed, should be waiting until we get done with the new edition.
Yeah, and Mr. Rich, I would certainly welcome, because we spoke about it before, maybe exploring a different end time for the hors d'oeuvres, because there's a lot of merit. There's a lot I agree with you in what you said. The other thing I think, and I did mention it, and I don't necessarily know if we have to debate it here, but for food for thought, Legends has been an inclusive menu. Soup and salad is included with every meal. What we are noticing now is a lot of people are ordering their salad or soup, but they're not eating it. They get it to go. And that's really, it's actually causing a little bit of an operational issue because it takes a little bit longer to pack up a soup or pack up a salad. And then it creates a timing issue because instead of your 6 top eating soup and salad, maybe only 1 or 2 people are eating soup and salad at the table while everybody's waiting for. So I think that's worth exploring. I can tell you, in the veranda concept that we are working on, soup and salad is not inclusive in that.
Yeah, I just, I want to piggyback on what Ken said. Our members know, you don't want to take much more away from them. Our members know, that at least they perceive, the drinks have gotten smaller. It's noticeable. Yes, liquor.
Perhaps we should budget a mental health professional.
No. What I'm saying is it's noticeable, but people are not complaining, but it's noticeable. We're charging more, it's noticeable. To keep taking away at this point where we're asking people to pay more is, I don't know, it's not.
Yeah, it's a balance. Mrs. Seidel.
I don't see that. They cost more, but I don't see the amount changing at all. I do think that the only thing we could do this year would be to shut it down a little early. Because you do have the bar bites menu. And most people after 7 o'clock are dancing, they're not eating anymore. I mean, most people, it's the same as when you go into Legends, everybody's eating between 5:30, 7 o'clock. After that, people are maybe drinking. Maybe you should put more peanuts and stuff on the bar rather than, cheese and crackers and hot hors d'oeuvres out there. But I do agree that we have to keep them. I just don't think that it's necessary to keep them all night.
Sure. Yeah, no, I wouldn't advocate for taking them away, but maybe a firm end time. Or even it's just the hots and you leave the cold. We can do something, right? But that won't help the chopped liver though.
Let us investigate. I was just talking to Chef and Scott. The cold hors d'oeuvres come in at 3:30, right? And they go till 8. The hots come in at 5 o'clock until 8. But by 7, the quantity goes way down in the amount they're taking. So it's either you offer the hots or you don't offer them because they're coming in and they're gorging it as soon as the hots come out, and then it just, the curve goes down like this. So I don't know if we take it away at 6, the colds, your hots didn't even come out yet. Right?
I don't see us. We might say, but by that 6:45 mark, I have one hand up against the rest of the night.
Yeah, we'll look at it and see if there's a way. So if we did reduce it, is it really going to save us any money? Good thought, though. Yes, Mrs. Moss.
So Reagan, I think it should be a hard no for the super salad to be taken home if they're not eating it. at the dinner or lunch hour, because I sit at a table sometimes at lunch, and if they have soup with their buffet, they take the soup home, or they take the soup home if they have, maybe not the buffet, but the soup and sandwich.
Right.
I don't think it's necessary. I ate dinner last night, I didn't have my salad, I didn't need to take it home. So it should just be a hard no.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't advocate telling them, no, they can't take it home. I would just say, it's not inclusive. So if they want it, they can add it for $4, and if they don't, they don't.
Mr. Goldberg, Mr. Levy, I'm sorry, you're next.
If that would be the case, Raymond, would you anticipate dropping the cost of the main $1 or $2? Or?
Yeah, good, yeah. I mean, as our numbers show, we are right on the number for our food costs. So we're building the menus right. And if the prices can, we're not like that. If the prices can come down, we'll bring them down. If they have to go up, they'll go up. We charge what we need to do to hit our numbers. That's how we.
Mr. Levy.
We charge for guests to come and use the facilities for almost everything. Why can't we charge a member to bring a guest into the lounge on a Wednesday or Friday night?
We did look at that. I mean, we did try that. Now, do you charge them only if they bring a guest into the lounge and not have dinner? You come in and you want to bring a guest and you want to show off your club and you want to come into the lounge and have some snacks and then go to dinner. I think that would be kind of tacky. I'd love to charge the person that brings 9 people and 1 member and goes down, makes a whole dinner out of the hors d'oeuvres, but I think we just leave it alone. You know, there's really not any substantial savings by making somebody for $5. Again, as you said, drinks or otherwise, nickel and dining. It's built in $600,000 and something thousand. Mr. Kavanaugh, then Mrs. Slato.
The hors d'oeuvres, now we're looking at the social, I mean, it's divided up, the 600,000 is divided up into
633 and 650, I think.
Yeah,
633.
so they're 2 separate discussions. You know, what the lounge versus the cardinals.
Yeah, one is snacks, Cardam snacks, and the other is hors d'oeuvres. And that's a conversation you can have today after this if you want, yeah.
So we're spending 300,000 over the hors d'oeuvres, but we're also spending a large amount over
Same,
there.
almost the same amount, 330 and 340.
I know that's a sacred area, but
Yeah. So
that's
it's a lot.
right.
Slato.
So I just want to give my opinion on this for the last time. We give very large portions. We serve soup or salad before them, full size, huge portions of soup and salad. Many people do not eat like that anymore. They just don't eat that much. So I really think that we probably should charge for the soup or salad and break it out. Because a lot of people just don't want it, and that's why they bring it home, because, you know, it's free, so they bring it home.
Well, it's been my experience, our members like inclusive. It's just, they feel, the reason it's maintained so long, they feel nickel and dime, right? If I have a $30 veal parmesan, that includes a super salad, in the past, they prefer to see that than a $26 veal parm and charging $4 for the salad, even though it's the same. They just tell me the feedback but I'm open to it moving forward. We have changes.
So it depends on if you're changing it, what the reason is you're changing it. If you're saying we're paying for it anyway because you upped the wraparound cost to include the super salad, then it's not like it's not being paid for. It's so it's not a money thing. It's more of an operational, we don't want to package it up. Because if people are paying for it, then they have a right to take it home. And if we ever go any different than that, we're going to be in bigger trouble than it's even worth.
There's no suggestion in saying that they couldn't take it home. The suggestion is, do we need to make it inclusive? Do people really want it? Are they taking it home because, you know, it's too much food and I didn't want it, but I'm taking it home because I'm paying for it, you know, or you know, that's really the question.
Right, but if
Mr. Boss.
Well, it's basically like the buffet. We cannot take anything home from the buffet. The super salad thing, you to charge, but I don't think, again, I'm saying, no need to take it home if you're eating a full meal and not eating that portion.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's an à la carte meal, we're never gonna tell someone they can't take something home, but whether we include it in the price, and that's, I think that's our opportunity to attack this issue because of the amount of people, whether they're eating less or they're trying to make multiple meals out of it.
We can spend some more time on that this afternoon, kick it around. I'll make sure that Reagan is here and Chef, if you have any questions for them. So it's a good topic. Listen, food and beverage is by far one of your biggest cost expense areas in the club, by far, payroll and cost of goods. So definitely warrants a little more conversation. Any other questions at this point for the food and beverage team? Okay, we'll take 5, and then we'll, I think we get back into who? Social next?
Social,
Okay.
followed by ballet, followed by fitness and gym. There's no way. I have to list the things before, there's nothing that you really keep up with.
I didn't hear.
Not here. In Orlando, that has the area, it's very expensive. Yeah, so native of it. I would yeah, this is the
Did you take your shoes off? Don't need it. It's
Oh, I know.
By the way, I know.
And you know what? Little. That's very funny to me.
Yeah, it's a show.
I don't take a whole.
It's a lot, it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot.
Yeah.
September 30th. So the next is in October. We stay next to each other every year. So yes. But I can check you every morning. Going to. Stay overnight. I was. So yeah, we have to Just went on this morning.
Yeah, exactly, right? I did. But I had
Where you going?
Let me do a dive for you. You guys are getting last. I think we can pretend. I think that's
Okay, everybody, let's get going. We're starting.
The things we do.
Are we all ready? Okay, we're gonna start with the social. Abby is going to do social level, the tab number 10. And Tammy, 6 years.
Okay, I was gonna announce that in my speech. Are we ready? All right. As you probably noticed, the cat is already out of the bag about our 2020, 25, 2026 season. The events are on the master calendar, contracts are signed, and some deposits are paid. So technically, this is my budget presentation, but really, it's more like me standing here asking you to approve what I've already spent. Which is why I'm feeling pretty confident this budget will pass. Next season will be my 6th year at Glen Eagles, which in country club years feels like at least a decade. But the truth is, I wouldn't have lasted 6 months without the support of Craig Spina, the board and finance committee, and of course, our leadership team. You're the ones who make it possible for me to dream big with these events. If it weren't for your approvals, we'd be stuck with me calling bingo every Friday night. So truly, thank you. I'm also grateful to my social committee. This year, we have 18 dedicated and diverse members whose ideas, feedback, and commitment to keeping our programs fresh and engaging have been instrumental in planning the season ahead. Our Trips and Tours program has reached a new level of success over the past 4 years. We have come up with a strategy that has proven highly effective. We begin with smaller outings and gradually expand based on demand. For example, our 2 trips in January to take 30 members to see A Beautiful Noise at the Broward Center sold out immediately, with the wait list growing exponentially. By working with the nicest women in group sales at the Broward Center, we were able to secure additional tickets and upgrade one of our trips to a 55-passenger bus, which allowed us to accommodate all interested members. We successfully repeated this approach when we reserved tickets this November to see Water for Elephants. The addition of our 15-passenger Sprinter bus has been a game changer. When it's not transporting our international staff, it offers members a comfortable, spacious, and accessible way to enjoy special outings. It has played a key role in keeping our St. Louis Supper Club strong by making it easy for everyone to dine out together. This flexibility has allowed us to expand our programming with both seasonal and summer day trips. Recent highlights include a high tea and luncheon at the Flagler Museum with the Breakers Hotel tour in May, 2 June performances of The Bodyguard at the Broward Center over the summer, and we had a July excursion to the Wiener Museum of Decorative Arts, followed by a lunch and ice cream at Jackson's. So the demand was so high that we repeated this trip to accommodate more members. Looking ahead, we are exploring the option of an overnight trip to Naples, Sarasota, or St. Augustine next summer. Our annual drift boat fishing adventure has also been upgraded, scheduled for April 17th to align with peak fishing season. This year's trip will use a new charter. We will use a new charter departing from Hillsborough Inlet. The location allows us to reach the first reef in just 15 minutes, giving members more time to enjoy fishing.
The trips are on page 130.
The vessel, the Starlight Fleet, is 10 feet longer than the Seagrace 3
and features a sun deck, men and women's restrooms, enclosed lounges, and a galley. This self-sustaining program includes all licenses, bait, and transportation. Transportation meaning the fishing trip. We will carpool for that, providing a comfortable, convenient, and accessible experience for all participants. On to dinner shows and concerts. Our dinner shows last season exceeded expectations, generating double the demand we anticipated.
Page 131.
No worries. To ensure no members were left out, we added additional show dates, filled every seat, and delivered an exceptional experience. This season, we are prepared for that same level of interest. Janine Carmiello will return in January for 2 nights of performances, featuring her tributes to Celine Dion and Broadway classics. In March, Las Vegas showman Frankie Sinta will appear with his 7-piece band. While his schedule allows only 1 performance, it promises to be one of the highlights of the year. Our concert lineup will be equally strong, beginning with a brand new holiday showcase designed for kids and adults of all ages. On Saturday, December 27th, we're replacing the traditional family dinner dance with a concert on the driving range that promises to be a memorable experience for everyone. The evening opens up with Veronica and her talented dancing dogs. They were semi-finalists on America's Got Talent, followed by a Taylor Swift tribute concert. We built in all the excitement you'd expect: friendship bracelets, meet and greets, and plenty of glow sticks, making it a night that truly captures the spirit of the season and creates the best day ever for our members and their families. On January 31st, the Players features 2 former members of Chicago. They will perform a night of the band's greatest hits. On February 28th, Rock on the Range will feature a Fleetwood Mac tribute band that we carefully selected for their talent, stage presence, and overall value. Finally, on March 28th, we are thrilled to present Uptown, a dynamic group performing classic Motown and contemporary radio hits. This concert has been several years in the making, and we are confident it will be a standout event. Despite the caliber of these performances, our ticket prices will remain unchanged from last season. Additionally, we are enhancing the concert experience with the rental of an LED wall, which will provide live video, background visuals, and a professional concert atmosphere, day or night, right here at Glen Eagles. We also purchased a bigger popcorn machine, and then now we can feed approximately 240 to 320 people per hour. This is why this season's budget projects $94,136 in revenue, with $64,800 in expenses, leaving us with a healthy net profit of $29,336. The dining, entertainment, lounge, dining room, and veranda. This budget remains consistent with last year, with $38,600 allocated to our always popular Wednesday night live music, and $21,700 supporting Glen Eagles After Dark, the Blue Note Club, monthly teen trivia. Participation in these programs continue to grow, especially the Blue Note Club. All of our bands have been outstanding, and this season I've secured 2 exciting new groups that rival our longtime favorites. Because of a busier Friday event schedule, we will only be able to host 4 Blue Note Club nights during season, plus a few additional performances in the summer. I wish we could host more. Think and Drink Trivia now averages 140 players, with more than 7 teams of 10 returning each month after month. The competition is spirited, and the members love bringing in younger counterparts to give them an edge. And of course, we're keeping our member favorites like Jukebox Bingo in December and 2 karaoke nights, while we are also taking another shot at launching our first ever Not So Newlywed Game. The remaining $6,600 is allocated to pool and grill room entertainment, including our seafood splash parties and live music on the putting patio, perfect for those who enjoy the grill room bar atmosphere rather than heading upstairs to the lounge. Social activities. The Winter Carnival continues to anchor our social activities budget at $29,330. This year, we are partnering with a new vendor, South Florida Events, who is the preferred carnival provider for clubs such as St. Andrews, Addison, Boca West, and Broken Sound. With their expertise, we've streamlined our inflatables while adding exciting new attractions, including mechanical swing and a game trailer. Classic favorites return. Of course, we have our funnel cakes, fried Oreos, Italian ice, our face painters, balloon artists, stilt walkers, and caricature artists. While upgrades also include a larger and safer trackless train and a rock wall with harnesses for young children. Additional programming includes 2 Flotopia pool parties, actually 3, because we'll be doing it in February during President's Week. Activity corners for decorating holiday cookies, sip and paint sushi sessions, sushi candy making, and several other new creative ideas. We'll also continue bingo and movie nights, the kids fishing derby, and our ever popular character breakfast. This year welcoming Mickey, Minnie, Stitch, and Olaf. Building on last year's record-breaking holiday events, we anticipate even greater excitement and participation this season. Our 2025-2026 event calendar, spanning numerous pages, showcases an extensive array of programs tailored to the diverse and evolving interests of our membership. This season, Girls Night Out is getting a fresh new look, and we're introducing 2 couples canasta tournaments, while favorites such as Monday movies, dog walks, the member art show, and our fully funded book club, now entering its 3rd year, remains strong. Glen Eagles University will remain self-sustaining at $10 per attendee. Voices on the Veranda will stay at $25 per person to maintain quality and cover costs, while presenting performances that rival some of our dinner shows, or actually equals the entertainment that we have at our dinner shows, including a special comedy night on Saturday, January 24th with Joe Starr. In closing, I want to sincerely thank each of you for taking the time to listen today and for supporting the social programs that make Glen Eagles stand out among other clubs in such a welcoming community. Your support of this budget, along with your engagement, feedback, and encouragement, allows us to continue improving, growing, and creating experiences our members truly enjoy. I'm excited for the season ahead and look forward to sharing these moments with all of you. Together we make Glen Eagles more than a club, it's a community we all cherish.
Questions, Mr. Kavanaugh?
I missed what you said about limiting the Blue Note.
Yes, so last year, I don't know who it was, but they said, how come I didn't have more Blue Note clubs on the calendar because it's so well received? I did my best, but I could not find any more Fridays in season other than the 4 that we have currently scheduled.
Yeah, Mr. Feldman, then Mr. Goldberg, and then Mr. Benson.
Tammy, last year, I think it was 22 couples went to Panama and had a wonderful golf trip. Would you consider working with Joe and volunteers to try to schedule a golf trip someplace within Florida?
I've offered my services. I'm not sure. I would gladly help out.
I think Tammy, Kristen, and Reagan worked on the Panama one. But yeah, I think that, it's something as simple, which I was thinking the other day with our new shuttle, Stream Song. I don't know if you've been there. I would go in the summer. Hottest place I've ever golfed, but, we could definitely do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I would even volunteer to work with.
Okay. Yeah.
I love both. I love making the arrangements, and I love finding the deals and making sure. That's just something that I've been doing for.
We'll definitely work on that. Hold on, I had Mr. Goldberg and then Mr. Benson.
Is there a reason that the jazz needs to be limited to a Friday evening?
Well, when you look at things that we have going on, we have our Wednesday nights, we have our live music, and it's compaction, I guess. Thursday nights, I wasn't able to confirm all the different, but there's so many other things. On Thursday nights, I have lectures. Tuesday nights, I have a duplicate bridge. Mondays, we're closed in the evening. If you look at our schedule, there's thousands of events going on, and yes, I have looked into having events on other nights. It's just we're competing with tennis events. What do you call these? The golf dine, the 9 and dines. It's just, There is, we have a recital on a Sunday. I could bring a Blue Note Club, but it's a different feel. And having the lounge availability and having members to attend, that is, unfortunately, we did as much as we could to try to get as much entertainment.
So just a thought that came to mind, is it possible maybe to have a little jazz at the Sunday brunch?
I have thought about doing that. My only issue is that it is so busy. And, everybody wants, we can come and play at your Sunday brunch, but with the chaos, it's just not, people think that the lounge is loud with people talking on top of the jazz. I can't even imagine what it would be like on a Sunday brunch. I mean, I would love to do one for Mother's Day and things like that, but it just, the compaction and how busy we are and the acoustics, I don't think it would work out.
Mr. Benson?
I'd like to return to the budget. Operating expenses, I have a couple of questions. The member giveaway, favorite orders. I noticed we're budgeting 30,000 more than the projected actual for this year. I was curious why if our actuals are going to come in around 290, we're still budgeting 320.
I would ask Harvey, it's the actuals through June, and then July, August, September, October budget. My guess is it's tracking higher, and when you recognize June, July, August, September, October, you're probably gonna end up coming in. But
I left a little cushion in there because according to Scott back, we wanted to go higher because the cost of the product is going up higher. So he asked me to increase it, and I said, we're under budget on that line item, so let's keep the same budget.
Okay. My second question, bridge.
I'm on bridge.
Pardon me?
I will be talking about bridge in another
Oh,
speech.
well, can I just ask a question while I'm asking why the expenses are, you're budgeting 47 and this year again, the projected is 40 to 22. So it's a $6,000 difference between projected. I'm imagining with bridge, these costs are fairly well budgeted out for the rest of the year, so that could be a fairly accurate projection of our current year.
I don't have an answer for that.
I don't have an answer. We did not, you built the bridge budget from scratch.
Yeah.
You didn't base it on this year's actuals. So there's detailed.
The details are pretty detailed. Yeah, you can look at this if you look at the proposed for 26, you'll see it adds up, and then every line item kind of builds up to that 46,000 or whatever it is.
We can.
Mr. Kavanaugh, then.
Following up on the bridge question, a few years ago, we had a survey of other clubs and what the competitive rate per game was, and we elected not to increase it, so it was significantly below other clubs. Is that still current? And we always show, what the memory serves it correctly, $26,000 or $27,000 deficit. Question the dues. So you're still paying like $4 a game, and the last time we looked at did a survey, and it was other clubs were charging around $12 a game. I mean, I don't speak bridge, but that's.
Yeah, I don't know. You know,
just using your numbers.
Yeah, we have this conversation every year, and on a $40 million a year budget, bridge is extremely important to however many people play bridge. To try to nick it for $6,000 or $5,000 or charge them $12 instead of 10. My suggestion is just leave it alone. It's not gonna save us 2 nickels. Bridge continues to decline, unfortunately. We used to have Swiss Bridge and there was 160 people, and I don't think you can get 80 now. Duplicate Bridge seems to hold its own, Tammy. We do 25 tables peak when you peak. 25, 26 tables duplicate in the season?
No.
No, we don't even do it. So,
But that's the question though, is how many people are actually, that's, are using.
We're talking about,
The budget for this year, the subsidy for bridge this year, you offset the revenue against the expense. $28,887. Last year's budget was $27,009, and projected is $23,543. That's the subsidy.
I don't know what you want to do. If, charge them more, it's almost meaningless. Charge them another $10. Your question, Mrs. Feinerman, I don't know how many people play bridge.
The stats that are in the budget, I mean, I haven't gotten to the bridge, but we can skip over to bridge.
No, we're talking about it.
All right, let's talk. So the stats are currently what we're doing. And we have taken, I think we're short about 50 on my sheet.
138 to 140.
So, when we did the numbers, we are lower, and we have also allowed people to bring in guests. And that has helped. The only reason our program is being sustained is because we're allowing guests to come in. Without it, for the summertime, we would not have a summer bridge program. Last year we could barely get 4 to 5 tables. Now at least we're getting 8 or 9 tables of bridge thanks to incoming people. And the numbers that are reflected monthly is what we currently have been doing. And again, that might be 16, 17 tables on a Wednesday. Our Tuesday night bridge program has reduced significantly. They're at 8 tables for a Tuesday night. So we used to be 21 tables on a Wednesday for duplicate bridge. Now we're only at 16, and that's only a few times in season. We wanted to still allow guests to come in just to try to help us sustain, and that's some of the projected costs, but the guests don't even really make that much of a dent in these costs. The bridge directors have to be paid. The AC, we took out silver points and all the special games. That saves us at least $1,000. The ACBL fees have not changed. The only thing to consider, but again, in the scheme of things, is our supervised bridge. Those tables have gone down. We have about 5 tables for the men and women on a Tuesday and a Wednesday. So we're even moving to a smaller satellite because we don't need to keep Stratton busy. That's an expense, but again, if you want to take that away, we would try to come up with something for these social bridge players.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess my only thought here is, I don't know, it depends on how many people we're serving here, but, we're talking about use fees across the board. If you want to increase cart fees and you want to increase this fee for things that we're already paying for in our dues, to me, this is not, there are certain things we take a quote unquote hit on or that we absorb into the budget because largely they're used by the larger community. Maybe there are pockets, but this seems like it's a very small pocket. And you pay for what you use. I don't think that's such a terrible thing if you want it to continue. And listen, it is a small amount, and I feel like some of these small amounts add up. You kind of go with the 7% increase plus, everyone 5% year over year on increase. There's a lot of things going into this, and if we don't look at everything, then it all just starts to add up. And I just think we have to be fair about that. So that's just my thought. This is a small amount, and I disagree with you.
That's why we're talking today. I just would question, and Tammy can look, is what is the additional revenue that we're going to generate? A lot of these things you can't charge for yet. For instructors, if we got to charge $5 a person more, as you just said, during the summer, it's 25 people. But let's talk about it a little bit more when we do our download. And let's try to figure out what we want to know. We'll get some information and then, make a recommendation.
My original question was cost about the holiday week, because I know that was something from last year. I don't know, is that a separate conversation or is that part of the line items I can ask now?
Yes, absolutely.
So I don't see it broken out specifically, and I know that was one thing last year where we went over on, more so on costs for people, right? Because we didn't have that budgeted, but I'm sure that's budgeted. And the discussion was that other clubs potentially charge for that and we don't. And so as the expense continues to grow, is there a thought to charge for the carnival or whatever it may be?
We have discussed that. I believe checking people in and seeing who's gonna be charged, is when you have people come in from all over. The carnival,
The carnival costs are on page 134. More specific detail on 136.
some of the carnivals and the other clubs, they include the food, like a lunch, picnic, a lot more than just the rides. And their rides are really insane, and it's in the whole parking lot, and they spend about $250,000. With our new company, and the addition of these two mechanicals, I think it's only raised me about $6,000, but again, just the cost of the entertainers and things like that. And it has raised, except I think it went from 23 to 30. It's 29.
So I know that Boca West definitely charges, and they get,
60.
how many?
I think they get $60.
Yeah, they get 1,000 or 1,500 people or more than that. Our offset would be 29,000. What's that? Plus, no, 21,000 all in is what?
Didn't we were over budget last year because we had all the costs to pay people by the hour, extra time, or you're saying that's.
Oh, I don't know that we were over.
That was, yeah.
They don't do that for the
Our
carnival.
people don't do that. No, Carnival sets up themselves. All we do is break the range down.
No, we were off last year because it was a staff issue that we had to pay. That's why our budget was off for staff last December.
Well, not from the Carnival. No. December
Kristen
payroll.
has for the whole, no, I'm not speaking of for the whole week.
Kristen, you have,
It wasn't, if my memory is correct, we were not off the table for Carnival, it was for a week. Correct, it was for the candy sushi, the friendship bracelets, the,
that was the holiday period.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, not the Carnival.
But
Okay.
that was
Food and beverage staff to social.
Okay, so
I don't
since
know.
I don't have an assistant, so I used a couple of staff members from food and beverage to help me with it. Now, I do also have volunteers from my committee, and I don't know, Reagan, did you bill? I think they built in those helpers this season.
All right.
The people that help out, they're charged to their regular department. Nothing was charged to her department for the people who were helping out and assisting. It's absorbed in, if it was food and beverage people, it's absorbed in food and beverage. If it was concierge people, it's absorbed in G&A. We're just saying that we had to kick in some of the people. It wasn't anything that was budgeted for, and it's not anything that they added into the new budget. It's just optional.
Mr. Barish.
I think we're back to services paid for or included. It's such a minor item. We have a younger community here. This has been going on for years. I think it's a great event. The kids like it. I think for the amount of money it's properly budgeted, should continue.
That's,
There are.
if you want to make a recommendation, do it at the download.
I also, saving money along the way is that besides the carnival, every activity that we do is run by myself, and we don't hire an outside company. If I were to hire an outside company to do these events, it would probably increase over $10,000 or more just to have someone come in and do the events that we're able to do. So, and having some additional staff members help me. But in the scheme of things, our budget could be really, 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 really big during the holidays. I think we did do a majority of this in-house. So the carnival is our big expense. We are going to charge for the Taylor Swift concert. And so we do a lot for the kids, but it is done through from the club.
Mr. Heck.
I'm just kind of curious, how many people attend the carnival?
400 people. 400?
Can I assume that everybody who attends the carnival or for that week, there has to be a member? You can't have someone from the outside just come to that?
They bring people, but
Well, I
it's the
understand they
families.
have guests coming.
But it's really,
I'm not saying the guy from across the street decides to bring his family here, that's a no.
No, I mean, unless you call him in and he walks in his car here, I mean.
You never know.
Pretty much it's all the people that are coming are staying here.
I don't see it happening, yeah.
Tammy, I think anything we would have dreamed of 5, 6, 7 years ago. It's incredible what you offer, what we have at this club socially for entertainment all year round, and I give you kudos for the job that you've done.
Absolutely.
And my bridge, I don't know if you want to talk anymore about bridge, but.
We'll do it at the download. They talked enough about the
But
bridge.
I try to do my best is everything we can for bridge. We do have a monthly Super Saturday. It's not a lot of, but that's the only way we're also getting to build our bridge program. We have about 50 to 60 people coming in and playing bridge on our Super Saturdays. This summer, we invited social bridge players to play with our duplicate bridge players. So we are doing our best. And unfortunately, this is the numbers that we have. And if we increase it by $2, we make it 10. It's, again, yeah, you want to go down there and.
Bridge, for some reason, garners more conversation than food and beverage in our budgets. I don't know why, but understand $1 is $1 is $1. If during our download that we need Tammy or we need Reagan or whoever, let me know as we break, and I'll make sure they're sitting in. That way you've got good information coming from the leadership team. Tammy, what else do you have? Is that it?
Yes, I am. I mean, it is very happy that we have not raised our costs for any of our events, except for I did increase $1 for our movies are now $5 instead of $4. So everything else remains the same. And I am so happy that we were able to give it a season that I think is going to surpass, which I didn't think it could surpass last season, but it is truly going to be amazing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy. Harvey, what do you want to do next?
Ballet.
I'm sorry?
Ballet.
Ballet?
Ballet should be number 9.
Reagan presenting that?
I can do that.
Okay.
Ballet is section number 9. There is only one line item to discuss. Page 122. And the only line item to discuss is the issue of tipping versus non-tipping. The valet provider has gone up $141,432. That is because the normal annual increase for the valet, I believe, is 85 cents per hour. And if we go non-tipping, they are going to, instead of going up 85 cents an hour, are going to go up $4 an hour. Because you're no longer tipping the valets, they have to pay the valets a higher rate of pay if they're not going to be receiving tips. Additionally, the valet company is saying, based upon their experience at other clubs, once you go to non-tipping, the volume of activity will be increasing because members will be coming to use the valet if they don't have the tip. Where before, they would just self-park because they didn't want a tip. And their experience says that there should be a 30% increase in volume. We budgeted a 15% increase in volume.
Let me talk to Valet for a minute. So you've included, Harvey, the additional $4 an hour in here.
Correct.
Okay, so the $4 an hour reflects the obvious increase from last year. I don't subscribe to his theory that it's going to be 30%. And I've talked to the owner. I said, listen, we have very, very detailed car counts. Where's Ringo? He's sneaking up on me. Reagan does a great job of watching ballet and meeting with John and scheduling, calling him when he's bringing in people and he's too heavy. So we know what it is. And my comment to John, so you understand the dynamics, was November 1, we're going to monitor it. If you see a 10% from what we had last year, we'll give you 10%. If it jumps up through the roof and we're shy 1 or 2 valets, then we obviously have to bring in more people. But we're not just going to give him 30% November 1. December will be a really good telltale, and then January, February, March. So we don't know what the number would be. Okay, we don't know what it would be. I don't want to under budget. I think 15%, and I'll let Valet know, hey, listen, man, we budgeted 15% increase. So figure out how to meet that number or do better. That's my approach. So the real question then is the increase of, what is it, 140? But you have to take out the 85 cents. So 140 less 85 cents. So let's say it's 120,000. That's the number that impacts your dues. And at 120,000, I think that is about 0.6% of your total social dues that we see today. So that's a question. Yes, ma'am.
So I agree that people who don't ballet now are not going to ballet then. I think it's a great thing for guests because that's really, the tackiest part of what we have now. The only issue I do see is that when we start renovating, it's possible that we might see more ballet because there might not be as many spots in the lot, or we'll configure that differently. So that will probably go up. I don't remember when we'll actually start that, and maybe it won't be in season. So
that's a good point. The valet the loss of spaces shouldn't hit us until April. So it's as you get into summer, usually we're okay. It's phase 2, where we could potentially really see it. So that's really another year away. But
so we can
this year, I think I feel
this
pretty
year
good.
and see how it works out. But honestly, I mean, I think that I can speak only for myself. I would not use a valet any more than I use it now. Rain is the big thing. Walking from the parking lot is not a big deal. So.
Yeah, Mr. Watson.
So when we were discussing this initially, one of the results, including it, is we thought there would be more. We think there will be more people using the valet. And here's where I'm stuck. While it might alleviate the situation coming in to the club, going out is what I'm really concerned about.
For large events, I think you're going to have a backup. For our daily activities, people flow in, they flow out. You have tea times, you come in, you have lunch. The typical day-to-day activity is not bad. You've all been through there. You come to a dinner show or something like that, and I don't care what you have, tipping or no tipping, it's going to take a while. Mr. Rich, Mr. Barish, Mr. Levy.
The reason a lot of people don't use valet is going out. They want to stand there and wait for the car. That's a big reason. Additionally, I think the biggest thing we have, we do the construction here, they require 2 valet stops.
I can promise you it will on phase 2.
It's all about traffic.
It's not this year, though.
Yeah, but this year, the way you've got it set up, I think is an excellent way to go. We can monitor it. We'll know what we're doing before construction starts. I think that is critical.
Mr. Barish.
Obviously, this is a 1-year contract, so having to deal with the construction for me doesn't make any sense most of the time. But if you go ahead and have a flat rate of what you're experiencing right now, and the variable that you, because we do have the numbers of all parking, that you can build into the contract, if you exceed it or you don't exceed it.
It's not a contract. It's not a contract. They charge us an hourly rate based upon the actual valets that are here.
But what I'm saying is, this is a third-party contract.
Yeah, the increase in the rate per hour.
Not for the hours. The contract does not state how many hours we're here. It's just, it's for the period of the year at an hourly rate of such and such. based upon whatever our actual usage is. So we're not budgeting the hours in the contract. I'm only budgeting it for a budget. So there's no set number of hours.
So you have flexibility with regard to the cap, that's what I'm saying.
That's what.
The number that we used, the $141,000 addition, is an estimate. It's a guesstimate, right? We don't know at this point. I truly don't know. I think that maybe the numbers at 15% is probably a good number. It's our job, because I see people sitting in that damn office periodically where they shouldn't be there. And that's, Reagan's done a good job, and, you know, they got a supervisor that sits in there, should be jockeying cars. So.
How do you track the number of vehicles? far as
The tickets, everybody gets a ticket, they start one number by the end of the day, or they just count tickets in a hat, I'm not
I
sure.
think it's a
but
very simple
It's
process.
pretty accurate, I mean, I think it's fairly accurate. It's really, right now, it's really the philosophy of, would you want to eliminate tipping as a budget and finance committee and as the board would ratify however they choose? What are your thoughts? What else can we offer to you? You know, it's a $140,000 increase, 0.6%, or it would bring your golf below 7, it would bring your golf social below 7, your full below 7, it would bring your social probably below 7. Is that the number that we're shooting for?
The annual normal budget is $19,785 for ballet. Right? 20,000 hours that we use in ballet.
Just
We're
wondering,
increasing it by 15% because of what we're assuming is going to happen.
And the rate.
And the rate.
Mr. Barry.
the paid valet, certainly this has been some circumstances bother me. There's no priority parking in regard to using the valet. Everybody's equal. I don't believe anybody should get the priority because they are tipping. They pay considerably more in regard to where they want to park their cars.
I don't know. Mr. Levy.
Based on your current assumptions, am I correct on page 4? It's going to cost us $112.31
Yeah, that's what
per year.
that's about
Per
what,
member.
that's where the calculation comes.
Okay, so if you come here 5 days a week and tip $2 each time you're here, we're going to be far ahead of the game by including this.
This is definitely one of those considerations as a year-rounder or a seasonal. It's a big difference. Costs you $112. You factor it over 12 months. Seasonal, they say, hey, I'm paying for your valet for 6 months. Well, you choose not to live here for 6 months. That's a choice.
I'm one of the people that uses valet all the time, and I do tip. I don't believe the 15% is accurate. I think it's going to be more than that. I know a lot of people here that don't go because of the tipping, and they will go if they don't tip. As far as guests go, you're able to buy a guest ticket to give to your guests. You pay the tip and give it to your guests, and they don't have to pay a tip. So personally, I feel you're not going to be able to get in here efficiently without the tipping. And you're going to be lined up, coming and going, and it's going to be an issue. And I strongly believe that 15% is going to be more than that. So I'm personally against it.
He could be right. I don't know, as I said, but go ahead,
So-
Mr. Wilbur, and then Mr. Kavanaugh.
I'll, from my perspective, most other clubs are non-tipping clubs, and they seem to function adequately. And I don't know why they will be able to function adequately, and we would not be able to function adequately. I think this is more of a philosophical question than it is a monetary question, and that is, what are you looking to present in the way of what this club is and how it is that you operate? And we're spending a lot of money, improving a lot of things. We just spoke earlier today about food and beverage raising its bar. Tammy's talking about another great year. From my perspective, and you all have your own perspectives, having no tipping is just another higher element that speaks well of who we are and what we're looking to accomplish.
Ms. Squeals. Oh, sorry, Mr. Kavanaugh, you're after Ms. Squeals.
Just very quickly, I happen to agree with Mark. We need to get rid of the tipping at the ballot.
Mr. Kavanaugh.
So we're really talking about nothing more so much as changing the behavior of the people here. And I agree that 40 years ago, should we have made it a no tipping, here's where we are today. People are still going to continue to tip. And as they get out of here, after dinner or after a show, they're still going to tip. The ladies coming out of the card room at 4 o'clock are still going to tip. So anyway.
Just a point of information, if we do decide to change, and if Mr. Wolk is right, if it's not a 15% increase and it's a 30% increase, we will have problems with parking. We will, no question, we'll be parking the rest of the cars on Legends. That could even cause us to need an additional valet. I'm not trying to talk anybody out of anything, but just want to point this out as a point of information. You will see on a busy day, Victory Lane is used in the season every single day. On a Play for Pink, where the guys are still golfing and the ladies have come in and we got 350 people for lunch, and you still have people playing cards and people going to the grill, we're using Legends Way. Yes, Mrs. Sladen.
Don't you think if people are going to use the valet, there'll be less spots used in the lot?
No, because I would have, if we go to tipping only, I've got to offer valet more spots. Yeah, no question.
No, but that's my point. My point is you're saying we're gonna be out of spots. We're not, because the spots that people would have used to drive themselves, now you're saying they're gonna
No,
use valet.
that lot is full regardless. I don't care if valet's parking 10 cars or our covers or static. We're gonna do 450 people for lunch. And it's only lunch. It's only the daytime parking. No, I think the dynamics, you're gonna have people on the street, regardless, if you're not tipping, you're gonna use Victory. If you're tipping. If you're not tipping, you're gonna end up, and what people are prognosticating that we're gonna have more cars, they have to be out there. I'm not sitting with any empty spots here.
But Frank,
Yeah.
so that doesn't make sense to me. Let's just say there's 400 cars coming in,
Okay.
okay? Now, I'm making up the numbers. 200 of them are parking in the parking lot themselves, okay?
Mm-hmm.
200 are going to the valet.
Mhm.
Now you're saying if we have no tipping, 300, there's not gonna be more than 400 cars. There's still
Well,
the same 400
you
cars.
folks are telling me that more people are gonna come here.
No, I don't know. That's
You're not saying that?
true.
Where's the 15% come from? It's not only payroll. It's not only the cost of the valet.
It's coming from the people who now park themselves, but are now going to use the valet.
No,
I don't
the
believe
dynamics are not right. You're telling me we're gonna have 15% more cars. Okay, we've got 400 cars parked here. Trust me, you're gonna have more cars. That's what the valet guy tells us. You're gonna have more cars, you're gonna be parking more cars valet, but the same people that don't park valet are still gonna park in the lot. This lot is full. This lot, you're not telling me that more people are gonna drive a second car here? Are you telling me that's not true? Yes, they are. That's true. So you're gonna, let's say it's 5%. 5% of 400, you got 40 people or whatever the number is. If you're not tipping, you're gonna see more wheels roll in the parking lot, I promise you. And right now, we're full with tipping, and you've got people in Victory. If it's 30 more cars, you're using Legends Way again, I promise you.
So,
A ride, the husband drops them, I don't know.
so
I'm only working off what people are saying that use cars and what the valet's telling us. I would rather us assume that that's gonna happen and you're gonna get more cars in this parking lot than under budget or underestimate and all of a sudden what do? We got more cars. It's right now, it's the philosophy. Do you want to pay an extra $140,000 a year, $112 a person, or do you want to leave it alone? This is the same conversation we have in a year. Every year, it seems that it's more acceptable this year than any year. So there's a good likelihood. What I would suggest after Mr. Goldberg, I would suggest when we break out for the conversations that we dig a little deeper. And I can't provide you any more information. It's really going to be estimates. Talk about it and then make a recommendation.
So I just want to comment on usage down Victory Legends. And I believe that you're probably citing 10, 15, 18 days when that might occur. The conversation is very similar.
Not Victory. Victory is.
No, Legends.
Off.
Legends.
Yeah, Legends, yeah.
Which exists now. The conversation is very similar to the conversation about how do we design the Legends? Do we design it in order to be able to fulfill a dozen events over the course of the year, or do we design it for the rest of the year? And I think that philosophy, that perspective, should also be considered with respect to valet tipping or no tipping, and the possibility of 6, 8, 10, 12 days having vehicles on Legends.
Yeah, I mean, the Legends way, again, folks, it comes back down to what we know and we don't know. If we expect more cars, you know what Victory looks like. At the end of the day, it's full, okay? So, and if there's 5% or 10% more cars, where are they gonna go? They're gonna go on Legends. It's, you know, my guess is better than yours, but your guess is probably gonna be pretty accurate.
What happens if first 300 people come here and they valet, and I don't want to valet my car, and I don't have a place to park? What do I do?
You're out of luck. That's part of
That's
part
the
of
problem.
Yeah. You know, the guests are supposed to valet. Guests are supposed to valet, and I'll bet you 30% of the guests don't valet. So this would probably solve that problem because the host probably says, "Hey, don't valet, just park your car." What other? So let's give some more thought to it, folks. It's really the cost, which is significant. The more input I get from GMs from other clubs, and I know we don't need to emulate them, but their increases continue to come in. I got 3 more, 10%, 7.8, and somewhere between there. So maybe 7% isn't so bad at, without tipping. Yes, Mr. Carlos.
So I go along with Steve on this one a little bit. What I'm more concerned about than the actual cost is the fact that I don't think our quarter per share could actually handle more than 30% of the cost. We'd be backed up down the roadways waiting for a spot to get in. So that's my only concern. Okay.
Yeah, it's possible, Mr. Parks. I don't know, Reagan, if you have a better understanding as far as, let's just talk about a normal day when we have a really busy golf course, a busy lunch, a Wednesday or a Tuesday in season. Are we going to run into compaction in the valet area the way people come in to play golf, the way they come in for lunch?
I
With no tipping.
With no tipping. I share that concern, right? So we talk about how other clubs have this, but we are a single access point for every activity in the clubhouse, and that's really the concern. So could we explore a second station perhaps, but you're talking about more staff. It really is a difficult thing to, I mean, I've seen that place on days that it rains and I mean, it's tough. It's tough. And that line goes all the way down into Victory and around. So it make me a little nervous.
Mr. Richard, then Mr. Kavanaugh.
Many years ago, before I found beautiful Glen Eagles, I lived in Wycliffe. And on busy nights, valet-wise, they would have 2 access points. Now, we can create something like that with an inexpensive tent if we have to do it.
Wycliffe has got a great opportunity. They have a big valet covered area here, and they have a big valet covered area. You know, I don't know how we create 2. When we do our renovation, we're full with phase 1 and phase 2. Most likely we will valet here and we will valet in front of the brand, but that doesn't help us now. We're really trying to get to 18 months or 2 years of valet, the tipping. I mean, I think when we renovate this whole club, you can't have tipping. You know, we're looking at another level. Really, right now, what do we want to do this year? So give it some thought. We're gonna do a download later, and yeah, we'll talk about it this afternoon. Yes, sir.
Just one last question on this. One of the interesting things about tackings is what about, is there some other operational way to deal with the guests? Now, everybody's talking about 5 tickets. They do their own tipping, all that. I don't have the answer to this.
Yeah.
Guest issue.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Anything else on valet? This is going to be a hot topic. And, we will get into fitness care and bring her here. You need a break, you're good.
Quick comment, Craig.
Oh, yes, sir.
Nice job on the sidewalk.
Oh, thank you.
No need for me to drive.
Good. Good stuff. Keep you a little safer.
I like walking up there.
Okay. Karen, Ray, come on down.
We are going to be doing fitness, which I believe is section 4. Karen Mikas will be doing it 26 years.
Starting when I was 19. So I'd like to start with capital. Should have worn the higher heels. Okay. So this year with our capital for the Healthy Lifestyle Center, we are in phase 2 for our equipment, basically the cardio equipment.
It's 63.
So you'll see an amount for $64,887. That represents a recumbent bike, an upright bike, and we're bringing in a new piece of equipment new to the gym. It's replacing another piece of equipment that has changed and we don't like anymore, and that is the XT4700 is being replaced with the Adaptive Motion Trainer. And we have young members in mind for that, and there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but I think it's a good piece of equipment. Also, lateral decks. So of those, the only new piece is a recumbent bike, and that's because we've had a lot of waiting on that, so we're hoping to lessen the waiting. And we're also bringing in a ski erg, which is a whole different piece of equipment. So it's originally designed for cross-country skiers. It's now mainstream for its ability to work legs, arms, and abs in a continuous motion. So I think that's going to go over big and should be well received. I also have equipment, furniture for the lobby. So we're bringing in new furniture. So you know we have 2 pieces of furniture, 2 chairs. It's orange fabric. It's been cleaned 1,000 times. And it just doesn't look good no matter what we do. And 2 white tables. So we're adding 2 extra chairs. So there's going to be a chair, a table, and a chair. So 2 chairs and table on each side of the lobby in the fitness center. And then moving on to.
Can you just explain, what the XL Fitness phase 2 is? I didn't quite get it.
So we have 3 phases. In phase 1, we brought in 7 treadmills, 2 ellipticals, 4 recumbent bikes, and 1 upright bike.
So we're replacing the cardio we have now. So that was phase one. We're on to phase two. And the recumbent bike, upright bike, lateral X. So that lateral X.
Multiple pieces.
Yeah, yeah. So like 6 people. And then it starts to add up in cost. So the strength equipment will last for a really long time, but the cardio gets a lot of wear and tear and has to be replaced.
We have maintenance contracts on these.
We do.
Warranties. What's the life expectancy?
It's about 7 years for pieces like treadmills that get used a lot. And yes, we do have maintenance contract that come in twice a year. 5 times a year for the spin bikes, the cycle bikes, because they always need attention.
And can you just tell me how many pieces of equipment that we're getting for $64,000?
6 cardio equipment.
Is there any value of trade-in or sale of any of this equipment?
There is some, so, but not much.
Somebody asked me, what's the process that you go through to select a new piece of equipment or the right type of equipment?
Well, first of all, we need to be familiar with what the members use and are interested in. And then I talk with other directors. I work with a representative from the fitness company that I use, who's been in business for over 40 years. And I talk to my trainers. For instance, the new piece of equipment that we're bringing in, they went over to Addison, Victor, and Lewis to try the piece of equipment out to make sure that that was something we wanted to bring in. So there's a lot of thought that goes into the process of ordering equipment.
Any other questions on the capitals? Okay, you want to go?
Oh, we also have entry mats. So, okay. So entry mats are basically in the entrance to the second floor. Coming up the stairs, it's going to be a little larger. The mat downstairs in the spa lobby is going to be 4 times larger than what we have right now. So the spa lobby, we're trying to change the look of it to make it more spa-like, which is the common complaint we get about spa. It's also adjacent to the group exercise studio. We also have members who come in to get pool towels, and we have an issue with water on the floor. So we now have a new cabinet that's been installed with rolled towels, and we're gonna have a mat that's large enough to where they can walk in, get their towels, and not trip all over.
Yes, Ms. Feinerman, and then Mrs. Cleosa.
Just curious, this is more of a general question around everything that we replace. So there's, there's equipment all over the place, right? And furniture, and because I was there this morning, and the tables actually are kind of cute, those little white tables that are there now. The chairs are something to be desired. But so something like that, where does the furniture go? Do you reuse it somewhere else, or just curious as to what you do with furniture?
No, well, it depends. First of all, for the equipment, there's an asset disposal, and then we try to sell that or trade it in. The tables and chairs, quite honestly, they go down to storage. We just want to get them out. Yeah, give them to somebody. If somebody here would like them, let me know. But yeah. When we close the clubhouse down, though, it's a really interesting process because we do a live auction, and last time we made about, I don't know, $60,000-$70,000 on old furniture and stuff like that. But good question. Yeah, it goes down to storage. In fact, I still have stuff down there, and as I mentioned yesterday, we're going to get it out of here. I don't care if our staff take it or whatever. There's really very rarely that we can sell something other than I had a bunch of pool furniture. I sold it to Westchester for peanuts, but it was just to get it out. Yeah. Ms. Cleo.
Karen,
Yes, ma'am.
is there any thought to the clothing that's in the lobby, presenting it in a different way?
Well, we've taken it out of the lobby, so it's out right now, and we've minimized it to just one stand. And it's really hard to have leggings and tops that, we don't really have a dedicated space for retail. We did have OOFOS that was sitting there, and that went really well. We were making about $5,000 a year on it. So that was bringing in some good retail. However, it wasn't what OOFOS wanted, so they dropped us last year, which is one of the reasons why our retail is a little down.
You know, when we talk, sorry to interrupt, when we talk about the retail options on Friday, we haven't decided, but I like the idea if Karen has some products and we can skew it to her department, we put it in there, her department gets credit. It's really not about who gets credit, but, and then if it's some tennis items over here and some golf items at tennis, or there's some crossover with some of the things you can buy now. I'm anxious to see that we can maximize the space. It's not about profit, it's just about a convenience to the membership, making it more attractive, you know, the convenience factor. So we'll report back once we have our meeting Friday, develop a plan. But I would like to just, there is not a place in the lobby for that. It was never designed for that. When we went through the process of doing it, we knew it was going to be mostly retail items, makeups and body creams and things like that, which, and yeah.
Any other questions?
Go ahead, operations.
So operating, no changes in most of the line items. Operating supplies for fitness stays the same. Massage, operating supplies for Pilates stays the same. Technician supplies, which is our back bar for services, stays the same. Spa supplies, dues and conferences went up a little bit, but that's because we have additional employees, and we also have 2 employees that are becoming trainers, so they will be eligible for conferences as well. Subscriptions are the same, telephone's the same. Printing and stationery is $1,000 more. Our classes actually came down by about $1,000. We've finally reached the limit to the number of classes we can have per week. So where we've had years in the budget where it's increased substantially, this year we're actually 1,000 under. And then you'll see the lessons, nutritionist, dietitian, that is the expense for spa and personal training. And then promotions, it's a little bit of an increase there, and Partner Strong is the same. So pretty much the same operating expenses as last budget. This good looking guy is Ray Suarez. He is pretty much my assistant and a heck of an employee. Thank you.
Would you explain the lesson revenue and then the new offset, please?
So lesson revenue represents personal training, which continues to grow every single year. We have increased the revenue projection to $390,000 this year. And the professional lessons under operating shows the expense to the trainers. So it's a 70%, 30% split. 70% to the trainers, 30% to the club.
Karen,
Yes.
question about the Pilates, the services.
Okay.
Is there a trend going on there? I see that our budget has gone down an awful lot. And what's going on?
So this year we started the season without any morning people. And the number that you see there for revenue that we did this season or this budget is basically one person that works in the afternoon. We will be starting the season with 3 people in the morning. So we have one person who is not only a Pilates instructor, but also a physical therapist. And I just talked to her last night on the way home from work, she's going to be available Tuesday and Thursday. So Tuesday and Thursday are hard days to build, but we have a great opportunity with the fact that she's a physical therapist. So we're going to be working on bringing more men in those days. And then we have an excellent person on Monday and Friday, and then we have someone who's already established on Wednesday. So we'll start the season full staffed. So you should see a big difference. Plus, we have social, and we're building a Pilates community. We had a subcommittee this summer that worked a lot on that. So I think you'll see a difference this year.
So conferences, obviously it's a lot more than most of the other departments, but how many people does that apply to? Like how many people are?
Well, we have 7 or 8 trainers now. So that's the trainers, that is Francisco and Spall, that is myself. So we have about 10 people that are using the conferences.
Is there a certain amount of time, like, so besides conferences, it's also, so is there a certain amount of time someone has to be here before you then pay to train them, or is that just if you hire them, they're automatically eligible to be trained?
It's usually,
Conferences are on page 86.
thank you. It's usually the amount. So I might give a new person, put them in for like 1,000 or 2,000, where someone like Victor or Lewis, who really invest in the big stuff and go off and travel, they would get a little bit more. So it's based on length of time.
Mr. Carts, do we have enough trainers? I've been hearing people trying to set up with trainers and not being able to get any times. So I was just wondering, do we have enough, or do you have a plan to do?
So we're doing something different this year in that we have 2 employees who are pretty much desk people, like admin. Melanie, who's also a yoga instructor, she got her certification this year. And Marco, who is the nighttime guy, got his certification. So we have a mentorship program going on with them, with Lewis and with Victor, that they're working with them closely. They're acting like a member, taking classes, or taking training sessions and really teaching them, or they're going and shadowing them when they're doing their own training. So they'll be part of the mix. To answer that question though, what I do is I count up the hours for the trainers. And so that total number of hours represent training hours, potential personal training hours. And this year will be 20 hours over last year. And that can change just by giving Melanie or Marco more training. So I think we should be good to go this year.
Other questions? What else do you have for us, Karen?
Retail. So retail, we're low. We actually last year budgeted, projected 32. We're projecting 25. And we talked a little bit about having clothing, which is really hard to do. Our focus needs to be on the skincare, because we do have excellent skincare. And that's driven by the esthetician. It's driven by having events. It's driven by bringing in the reps in to get their help. And also part of that is we lost Ufos account, which was about $5,000 a month. So, yeah, a year, sorry. So we are working to bring this number up again. Massage and facials revenue under there. For massage by 4,000, facials a little bit more. So one of the things that we're doing, besides all of the makeup to the spa lobby and inside the spa to make it more spa-like, we're also having a lot more of events planned this year. So I think that's going to drive some revenue. And also we're going to be open on Sunday for the first time. So we are using our staff. We haven't increased our staff, but we're using our staff in a lot more ways. So we have staff that needs to now step in, that upstairs staff needs to step in for spa. On Sunday, Francisco has a massage. On Monday, when Taylor's gone. So really utilizing the employees that we have.
In this budget process, we kind of get down in the weeds of the numbers. But I'd like to ask you a couple of questions on page 65, highlights of what you're really trying to take this club, the big picture initiatives. You want to pick any highlights of what you're going to change here?
Yeah, where would I start?
No, there's just, you've got three big ones.
Well, so we have had, I use, as you know, Mr. Kavanaugh, subcommittees for this type of thing. And what the initiatives that's here drives the subcommittees. And this summer, we had 8 meetings for both Pilates and all the changes that we're to make there. And also communications was a big one. So we've done brochures. We have the We Care brochure. We have a new Pilates pamphlet that we're going to hand out. And this is all subcommittee driven. So the list of things that we're doing is pretty big.
Do you have ever, you might do this, just may not be aware of it, do you ever have the skincare seminar, maybe addressing to some of our members who may not frequent the spa, but you have certain facial makeup or aging creams and all that stuff that you know about that you use, but maybe it hasn't reached some of the population within the community. So you ever think of like having a Wednesday or a Thursday or whatever day you want to do, it doesn't really matter, but an introduction to whatever creams you're using, anything special that might be just open the eyes to some other members who you don't reach on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have 6 events scheduled for this year, which it's 5 more than we normally have. And I think that skincare is our retail, and it's good stuff. And I think we need to really hammer away on what we have, and that it's at member pricing. So that's the first thing. One of the things we're doing this year, which I think is a great idea, is we're having Enhancement Day. So our facial services in spa is not just that we have great skincare, it's also that we have great technology. So we're setting up an event where you can sample LED light, you can sample dermaplaning, you can sample microcurrent. So we're putting out there all the enhancements that you can have, and it's a pretty cool event. And we have skincare events coming up where we set up the pipe and drapes to where it's like little cabanas, and bring the tables out and the hot towel caddies. So it's a pretty cool event.
Other questions? We can, yeah, Mr. Rich.
Page 86, just simple question. What is metabolic taken? $4,000.
Oh, my conference? So it's so I take a lot of courses. Right now I'm in a course called Functional Medicine, Functional Diagnostic Nutritionist. And prior to that, I became a functional medicine certified health coach. And this is just another nutrition-related course that has to do with making a nutrition plan very individualized.
You know, we do a good job of letting our staff go to certifications and training, and it never ends. And as you know, as consumers, these types of services and the products associated with them are changing all the time. And I think we're up to speed on common practices, which I commend Karen and her whole team. I know Vic and Lewis are constantly going to recertifications or new certifications, and Karen does the same. It's extremely important.
Can I add to that?
Of course.
And also, you know, we now have the Healthy Lifestyle University. We're offering coaches. Last year, I offered a Kick Sugar course, and Melanie did a mindfulness course. That's like taking those conferences and giving back. And some of the stuff that I'm learning in particular, I'm going to be able to use this year. We're doing an event on diabetes. So I'm going to talk about blood sugar management. And that's based on the conferences that I take in the classes.
Karen, when you leave, would you take all of these with you? Blood sugar conference.
It's going to have to go in the garbage.
Okay, Mr. Carson. Yes.
I just wanted to compliment you on, you have a very dynamic kind of situation. Everybody just shows up whenever they want to. The rains or the place is packed when it's not raining. You know, and managing your staff and everything, you're good. I just wanted to compliment you on how well you run all that stuff.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
and you've added some new things too, which is a mentoring program for cancer, which we've had a number of cases around this club, and that's working well too. Along with maybe some more ideas in that particular area of the mentoring program. I know somebody that has lots of heart problems. So.
Yeah. we have a doctor here, Dr. Shear, who's going to do 4 lectures in February on heart. So.
Thank you.
All right, you want to take 5 folks, and I think we'll get through everything. We have security and G&A. Security, we have G&A, and then we'll break for lunch. Perfect.
We can say,
The offices, but that's the when they're building, we got it vacated here. Guess what? 2 stories inside walls. I'll use that for some, and then I'll use and then there's, you're gonna get set up basically.
Question has been answered. I don't want them to.
It's the one that has a very big It's like Cobra. It's like Cobra.
You'll never change it back, I think that'd be a failure. We're gonna issue it. So I've never read it. We're just. First day I get go back. Oh, yeah. That's one of those jobs say your prayers now. Yeah. I think that we had to more that I'm getting feedback. You haven't do any work yet. Let's go. Steve.
It's your car. I can't do my insurance. It doesn't matter like that. Your vehicle fell. Oh shit. It doesn't work. You want to get it covered, then you gotta put it through yours. Just put it through yours. It doesn't.
It's the activation.
All righty, folks, I think we're ready to get started. We have one more G&A and that's it. We'll have lunch and then we'll have the download.
You all ready?
Philadelphia.
Okay, we're gonna start with G&A, which is section number 8. Section number 8, I'm going to start 26 years. We're gonna go first to the capital. And for the capital, I am going to start, well, I'm gonna hand it over to Scott, because most of these items on the G&A capital are reoccurring items that are there every year, because they're continuing replacement of our existing items, such as the workstations, monitors. I would say everything on this list is Scott related. Scott? Oh, 37 years for Scott. Number 2 tenured employee here at the club.
Okay, well, pretty much everything on there is about the same as last year, as far as workstations and UPSs. There's some in there for switches that occasionally we have to replace. We have POS terminals, they just get used all the time, and so we cycle through so many. Even though we're using tablets more, so that's actually been reduced. We purchased quite a few tablets this year, as unbudgeted capital, to get a bunch of new ones out for the season. We have close to 40 being used throughout the property. The server hardware, we're still in the process of doing that. It's most of it was last year for this current capital budget. There's still going to be a few more things we're in the process of upgrading. Wi-Fi, that's just a minimal amount to replace maybe some access points, because we're trying to minimize what we're doing, because the renovation is going to be where we're replacing everything, bringing in new vendors, redesigning parts.
Our plan is to change our software, back office and front office, and have it in place by November of next year, November of 26. Right now, we don't know how much that is going to cost, because we don't know if we're going to Cobalt or Jonas. We don't know what the cost is going to be. We don't know if we're going to need newer equipment or not. We did not put anything in the budget for that. When and if that happens, we'll come back to the board for unbudgeted capital expenditures. In December. But we're going to be buying it all and doing it all in this current year.
Well, I mean, to be honest, the server that we have currently going in right now, it should take care of everything. We have already gone out of specs with Cobalt. We're planning on being future-proof of this thing. Only two new things is the community channel. I guess we're going to go back to a Comcast offers us an HD community channel now, and this is the equipment to start utilizing that again.
Quick comment. So some of you were here when we had 63, was it? Channel 63? Yeah. And there's some really good things that we can do. The template that we can use is much more forward-thinking. We can do videos or golf orientation, a little plug for this live streaming. So I'm excited to get this going. Yes?
Who owns that? Like the whole idea of it is like, which is it?
It's Comcast.
No. Meaning like the programming, like what we're putting up.
Oh, that would be, so that was going to be a lot of Chrissy with the input from the ones that do a lot of the in-house media right now. Yeah, that's good.
Sure. What's the cost of the $10,000? I thought they were giving us.
Comcast provides like the interface to the fiber, but there needs to be a modulator that's different from like the old school ones they used to
We
have.
haven't done anything in 100 years, so any equipment that's going to stream that bit, yeah, maybe Mr. Washington.
Well, the thing I asked Scott was, is this a recurring expense? This is a hardware expense, and there's no licensing fee going forward?
So Comcast provides the head end, which is basically a fiber termination that they expect you to send everything on to them. But to get HD video or whatever to fiber requires something called a modulator. This is like the maximum price that we've been quoted from 2 different vendors. They said it could be between 5 and 10. And it's our equipment.
We need to make it happen. This is going to be a wonderful communication.
The modulator we had for the old channel was about 15,000 a piece of equipment way back in the day. Phone system. We would like to go to a hosted IP phone system such as Ring Central, or we've got a couple other vendors that have a very good platform. Basically not increase our phone services. We actually might even reduce them, but it would increase just the capital phone, the hardware for the phone. And this is approximate estimate to replace all the phones across the country.
And these are reusable when we do renovation and all that stuff.
Yeah, these are just a good IP and some screen. Base of our phone system.
Question could I just ask is how old is our existing phone system? A handheld sets on the other one, that's about 8 or 9 years old. Base system is like TV.
It's 15, it's been redone. So the 501 recabling sections of the clubhouse. This is kind of to get a head start on the renovation because the chef's plans for the kitchen. There's a room that I have called the IDF room, which is where half of the cables go into for like the upper rooms and the laundry room and stuff like that. They go in there, and there's a few switches in there, five different rooms, the elevator lines. That's got to go away. The chef's kitchen is going to be scanned through. So moving that is kind of extensive, but we've got a location on the next floor up in the ceiling to move that. It was a good estimate of moving part.
Do you have any capital question?
Construction.
Absolutely.
No, you can't, yeah. You know, that does the other, if we do, it's just the project cost goes on the balance sheet, and make that recommendation in the down.
It's going to be, I plan on doing it incrementally, like starting very soon. Like
It's okay, it doesn't matter, implementation is just.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay. Although, we did it now, but anyway, work the conversation.
I'm ready. Operating. Okay, the first few lines, it's going to be a combination of Kristen and myself. The application fees, last year we budgeted 180,000. We're projecting to come in at about 162. We made it 204 because we increased the rental application fee, or we're proposing to increase the rental application fee from 2,500 to 3,000. So we believe that will be generating additional revenue. The next line item is the premium rental. This one needs some conversation. This is the third year rental, which is currently $25,000. We're projecting, now, it says that we're projecting to get $25,000 for this year. That's because we didn't budget for any in July, August, and September. We actually only had $25,000 as of June. But we do have, we're not projecting we're going to have it $75,000 for this year. And Kristen and I had a conversation about this yesterday. I put in 4 rentals for 100,000, but we believe now that we could probably do 6 rentals. 1, we're cracking down on the people who are trying to cheat us out of the 3-year rental. And we already have 3 rentals already for next year. So I'm going to propose that we increase that number from 100,000 to 150,000. And I want to make that recommendation to you guys this afternoon. By the way, doing that brings us below 7%.
Go, use your microphone so they can hear you on that screen.
So we're on this topic, Kristen, can you give us an update? I'd like to hear more detail, I don't need names, but I'm more interested in hearing the storylines of what's going on with the house and the surcharges.
So we currently have 55 seasonal rentals processed for next season, and 18 of them are first years, and we've submitted 3 of the $25,000 checks down to accounting. And I did reach out to Phil Metzler, who does a lot of the rentals. He said he has more $25,000 checks coming. I'm assuming he didn't get specific, but maybe 1, maybe 2. But something to point out, the $25,000 checks, we've received them this year, but they're all for rentals that start next fiscal year. So there is definitely a timing issue with the recurring renter use fees, and we will continue to receive rentals up until December, January for the season. There's people who make last minute decisions. Maybe something happened at another club and they come. So I do think, I think it's a reasonable expectation to expect a few more this year, and I would expect history will probably repeat itself next year.
Follow-up question. What's the latest on the forward to 6 months?
So we did contact all of the ones, sat out with them, discussed it, did our very best, with a nice license plate scanner if they leave and they have less than 2 months. On the back end, we've got some ideas of how to track it down. One of the people playing games still their unit, so that's good news. On the front end, we questioned the would-be culprits, and then we will follow up, as we get to month 4, 5. If they're here, well, we're here. You're not coming out of the club at all. You're not coming in. You're not even here. So that's all we can do. I think we've scared our club away.
That 55 number for seasonal rentals, how does that compare to the last few years?
Good question. Last year, coming into the budget presentations, we were at 51. So it's a little bit higher.
What will we end up at? 70?
I'd say at least 70, maybe. Something we got a bunch last week. We actually had 2 of our renters who converted into buyers last week, which was great. They got in before the $95,000 went up. Historically, we do convert around 20 to 30% of our renters any given year into buyers. Something else I will point out is, you all know, you did have some correspondence at the last board meeting from a renter who had to cancel her lease. We are seeing that happen. We just spoke to another renter yesterday who is canceling the lease. So even though we're sitting at 55 processing fees, 55 rentals right now, I believe there's 3 that have canceled, and there's a new person in there. So we've actually recognized, say, 58 processing fees for only 55 units rented, because those are, by definition on the application, is non-refundable, which is not very well received, but it is written on the application, and that is the precedent. So.
One more follow-up.
One more follow-up question, Kristen. We've been talking about this. How many of the rentals are children of transferors that have acquired, did not pay a new member capital contribution, and did not occupy the unit and are now renting?
So last year, there were, I believe, 12 landlords that inherited the unit. I'd have to look at the 55 for this year and give you that number, but I can let you know the last 3 family transfers that are in process or have been processed, they are 100% going to be renting the unit. Mother passed away, kids took it over, rentals the next step.
Before I continue, one other little piece of information. As of today, We have 59 contracts for this year. We have 2 in this year's pipeline and 1 already in next year's pipeline. Now, that one might switch to before October 31st, and then one of the ones that are in this year's pipeline might switch to next year, but that's where we are so far. That's compared to the 62 that we had, 65 that we had 2 years ago, and the 52 that we had last year. So we're already at 59. The revenue on that would be, the way it's standing right now, $4,292,500. And of those 59, 45 are new members, and last year there were only 32 new members. And the 2 that are in the pipeline are both second unit purchases. The one that's in next year's pipeline, it is a new member. The next line item is the administrative late fees. Last year we budgeted $16,800, we're tracking about $28,000, and so we put in a budget of $30,000. The reason it's such a large increase, when we reviewed the budget last year, the administrative late fees were $25 a month for anybody who was more than 2 months late. The law changed, and we can now charge 5% of the outstanding dues, or $25 a month, the grade are up. So we are now charging a much higher administrative late fee than we did a year ago.
Yes, Marvin, can we just go back to sales for a second? What's happening with that property that is bank-owned?
Okay, the Asaraf unit, which is bank-owned by Cascade Mortgage, was scheduled to close this past Monday. The closing did not happen. All I know is, the last I heard, which was yesterday, that they're waiting for the bank to agree to the funds that are required at the closing table. When it originally was contracted to sell earlier in the year, I think it was $151,000. That deal fell through because the bank refused to take care of some title issues. So that deal fell through. They finally took care of those title issues, and now they sold it for $85,000. Well, they owe us over $40,000, and they owe the condo association around 30-something thousand. So in order for that unit to close, the bank's gonna have to come to the table with some funds. And I think they just realized that, and now they're not willing to sign off. So is it gonna happen? I don't know. I don't think they have a choice. They just gotta get rid of it, because otherwise it's gonna keep on costing them money. The good news is, we're not going to negotiate our number down, because we already have the lien in place, and we're starting the foreclosure process. So if they don't go through with it, we're gonna take it free and clear, and we'll sell.
Yeah, this will be, I think, the 3rd time that we've successfully foreclosed on a lending institution. So we will.
Just to
That's the microphone,
Just to clarify, I heard the sound bite, we have a lien in place.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Because my recollection is the last time we spoke about it, we were not moving forward on the lien with the prospect of a sale.
We then told them to go ahead with the lien. They have filed the lien. The lien is in place, and
And we so notified the bank, the title
they've been
holder?
notified by the attorneys.
Okay.
Everything is in. 1 second here. I did an update on this a few days ago. With the deadlines on when. All right, give me a couple seconds. I'm going to give you the dates.
That's fine.
When the dates
You can
are.
come back to it. Thanks.
Okay, so that's the administrative late fees, why we are now a higher number, because we're charging a higher percentage. Renovation application fee. We don't know when we're going to get renovators or not. Some of our renovators who have done more than 4 renovations have paid us already $20,000 in renovation fees. From this point on, we're not charging them a renovation fee. once they hit the 20,000 mark. But if we're getting a brand new renovator, we're going to charge them $5,000 for a renovation fee. By the way, the purchaser of this bank unit is a renovator. So we're going to charge them $5,000 if the deal goes through. If it doesn't, we're not going to get it. Conservatively, we don't budget for this line item. When it happens, it's a surplus. I'll move down to membership fines. We budgeted for $15,000 last year, collecting $17,100. I see no reason why the members are going to start behaving, so I put in $20,000.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think so I think it would be in good form to just budget whatever we had last year. We don't want to say we're gonna make more money on fines. I think whatever we collect, it should be whatever we say is gonna be next year, and if it goes over, then we have no control over that. I hate to say our variance is under because the membership behaved. Like, I feel like it's not something we should over budget.
I'm not sure you decided, but we did increase the fine. No, just last year. I think this was a hybrid.
You could discuss that this afternoon. The finance charge, we're tracking 38,000. I left it at the same 38,000. The next item, which is the interest income, I am assuming that we will maintain an account balance of $6 million in the bank, and I applied a 4% interest rate. I believe when we met 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago at our preliminary meetings, I used the 5% interest rate. I lowered it to 4. The logic behind keeping the $6 million is we have around $8 million in the bank right now, and once we get heavy into the project, we're going to have a bank loan in place, so we're not going to be dipping into these funds. We're going to be using the bank loan.
I'm working on a cash flow as well, because obviously before we get to the construction phase, I know that I spoke with the architect yesterday. They had a $900,000 fee, but they're going to break that down into two. This year we'll pay $455,000. We've got one of our engineers we've paid out. We've got Gaudet and Associates, MD5, who's our manager, our owner's rep, and then we've got a couple other small ones. So I'll have more information. Harvey and I'll have more information, and we'll have a more accurate cash flow. But I think the number we're using for the interest rate is a good number.
On that Assarock unit, the lien was filed, and they have until October 4th to respond, and then we move to the next step of foreclosure. A notice of foreclosure will happen. We sent out on October 4th. Yes, sir. Yeah.
The association.
They have about 30-something thousand.
And what happens if we build $40,000? Are we going to be a bank for the association, or are they going to independently try to recover what they want?
You mean if we foreclose?
We have a contract, we have an agreement, and if, for simplicity's sake, if we wrote 60,000, they wrote 40,000, and we ended up getting 50,000, we get 60% of the 50, they get 40% of the 50% of that. If we foreclose, that's the way we've always handled it. Yeah, I think the way that it's set up though, and what it would sell for, I think there's enough money that, they should be paying all of us. If we foreclose, then in the past when we foreclosed, that's a different animal. I think that they give us that unit, and then we take it with probably no money, but we can turn around and sell it for at least, what was the offer from one of our members, 115?
Yeah, there are members who want this unit.
Yeah. In the past, we did a stay and play. We fixed it up, stay and play for a couple of years, ended up selling it for pretty good money. We have some options that we'll talk about. If we do foreclose, we'll decide how to move forward with it.
Keep in mind, with this unit, they did not join us in the court.
Correct. Right.
So that was
we're lucky.
Right.
Harvey, am I correct that if this closes by the end of October, that'll add about $40,000 to our income for the year?
No, it would reduce our receivable.
Bad debt.
It would reduce our receivable. So that takes care of the income section in G&A. When we come to the salary, it's the, Mr. Wall?
Just curious, on the charging station,
Not brought in a dime? There's nobody using it and paying for it?
It's being offset in the expense section. It's being offset in the
I pulled that the other day. What did we generate? How much, do you remember?
Didn't ask me.
Was it, I think Kristen, or did Marie tell me? 8,000?
We pay out more than we're getting in, but we are getting in, it's being offset in the expense section.
It's going up slowly. In retrospect, I would have only put one of those damn chargers in, but we're here with them. I'm contributing.
Okay. When it comes to the payroll section, there are contracts that are in place with employees. There is the 5%. There is only, I believe, one additional employee that we're adding to the G&A department, and that is an administrative person in membership. Person can talk to that. Do you want to mention why we need that person?
Yes. So we are very fortunate. We've added Michael Finnegan from Golf to the membership and employee, and he is doing great. Even before we had the change in personnel, the membership office is nonstop. We have it open 7 days a week because that's when the members need us. That's also when prospective members need us. So we are adding a new employee. It will be a 40-hour-a-week full-time employee to support membership as well as marketing and communications. But a main goal of that new person is to be a second body in the membership office. Our vision is Michael's schedule will be Tuesday through Saturday. Randy's schedule is Sunday through Thursday. The new person will be that second body in there Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because Michael goes off on a tour. He could be gone for an hour. So even though sometimes we are doing 2 or 3 tours at a time, that's a great problem to have. And I'm okay with that. We borrow Reagan, we borrow Jason for tours. As well, anyone will give a tour if we need to, but trying to have an extra body in there just so members are not greeted with a closed door would be huge.
And since we're talking payroll, I'm 26 years, 17 years. Our accounts payable person, Gloria, 23 years. And Bianca, who is accounts receivable, has been in the accounting department now 2 years, but I believe she's been associated with Glen Eagles when she worked for first she was, previous to my department, she was the administrative assistant at golf course maintenance, and previous to that, she's the administrative assistant for the security company. So I believe Bianca has 15 to 16 years. So I just wanted to pat my department on the back. Okay. Let's move into the employee benefits section. The one key line item is group insurance. As you remember, this year when the annual renewal came around for the employee health insurance, we received an 11% rate increase. We did not pass any of that on to the employees. We absorbed it in our budget. So I have that same number in here, and next July, I put in an additional 10% increase, assuming that there's no reason why it won't go up again. So it's 10% as of next July. And moving into the operating section, most of these adjustments are moving the line items in accordance with the existing actual. There is a support documentation for the repair and maintenance in the book, which will have all different contracts. I believe you can find those on. Scott, you know what pages those are on? Okay, page 108. And the only issue that I see in here is the legal fees. I kept, legal fees, last year's budget was 90,000. The projecting is almost 105. I kept it at 90. Mr. Steiner has asked me to ask you to reduce that 90,000 to 45,000. He wants to put a clamp on the legal fees, and he says he will control the legal fees. So we're going to make the recommendation that this afternoon you reduce that number to $45,000. You can discuss that among yourselves. I'm going to hand over to Kristen the section of communication expense, newsletters, advertising, promotion, and membership welcome. That is a detailed section.
All right, good afternoon. It's 12:11, so we are getting there. As you all know, I'm Kristen Lariah. I'm one of your clubhouse managers, and I will go over the membership and marketing budget. So I do want to toot the horn of my team here. So we all gave a big round of applause for Michael. This is his 4th week in our department, but this is his 10th year at Glen Eagles, which is an amazing testament to the club and to him. So that's something very exciting.
While she's doing that, 17 years for Kristen.
Yeah. Is Mike on?
Yeah.
It is, okay. Randy's not with us today. She is our lead membership concierge. She's going on 19 years. She's also located in the membership office with Michael. She handles all of our rentals. The volume of rentals is oftentimes higher than the volume of sales. It's a very important job, and she does a really great job with that. I already gave you the numbers, 55 in-house for next year, 18 new renters. Lizelle is in the back. She is our membership concierge. This is her 4th year in the membership and marketing department, but her 9th year at the club. She's really MVP on our team. She handles all of our guest cards. She digitizes our member files. She's really our first line of defense in the membership office. And I think it's really remarkable that, you know, in Michael's first few weeks here, she was such a huge part of his training plan. So she's wonderful, and food and beverages loss is truly my gain. I don't think I really got very fortunate with her. Chrissy, she's been our communications manager for 14 years. Her nickname is Super Glue. She's the super glue that holds everything together. She knows how all our systems work, how they work with each other. She does so much more than communications. She works with every department here, and she's really, really strong when it comes to technology and training the staff and all of the different programs at the club. Angie, she's at the front desk, 32 years. Karen, concierge at the front desk as well, 24 years. And Kersha is our weekend receptionist. She's going into her 3rd season here at the club. She's been an awesome addition to the team. She backs up Lizelle on guest cards when it comes to the weekend. So the good news is we are able to offer guest cards 7 days a week, 5 days a week with Lizelle, 2 days a week with Kersha. And I do share her with food and beverage as well. So she does help in the lounge too. So moving on to the actual budget. Page 102 is the budget. There's a detailed breakdown on page 117. Communications expense is a very small increase from last year. We're communicating differently with digital signage and technology, email communications. We've started a new series of videos. I'm sure you all saw Reagan and Jason. We do have Mike Puck and Scott Harper coming out today. You'll see Tammy soon. And you'll see a lot more of those as we go into the season. The largest expense in communications expense is our social calendar. That's our top marketing piece. It should be in your mailbox within a couple days, but you all got it online and it's on social media as well. Newsletter. The plan for next year is to go to a quarterly newsletter. So we did a pilot in the summer. The last 2 issues were quarterly. It was really well received by the members, really well received by the staff as well. I see Mr. San Diego is so excited about a quarterly newsletter. But again, this speaks to us communicating differently. As you all know, with fluctuating food prices, it's really hard. We're working right now. September 23rd is our deadline for our November, December, January newsletter. So for us to predict what the price of beef will be on January 28th right now is a near impossible feat. So again, we're communicating differently. The newsletter, it will not be all encompassing because it's too far out to be, but email communications and other ways to communicate through the digital signage, the app, that's gonna really fill in any gaps with that. Advertising budget is $83,498. This is an increase of $6,000 compared to last year. So this budget covers photography, videography, digital marketing, including Golf Life Navigators, which does give us a lot of exposure, as well as some leads that they really hand to us. We get a full portrait of the lead, what they're looking for in a club, what their interests are, what their budget is for a club, what type of real estate they're looking for. So we have found that valuable. We did not get a buyer in the last year from Golf Life. I did have 2 really good visits, 2 really good club experiences, and unfortunately, and Golf Life collaborates with us on this. I did lose 1 to Boca West and I lost 1 to Hunter's Run, which, you know, it is what it is. I think we all knew we were going to lose the 1 to Boca West. The one that went to Hunter's Run, I personally think it was a financial situation because the price of the property was a fraction of our lowest price property. So we can't do what we can't really do any better than that. But I will tell you, we rolled out a red carpet on both of these prospects. Really put our best effort forward. Joe Domino, he is awesome when it comes to this. He was really involved with them as well. So again, in the past, we have gotten buyers from there. I think we need to keep it up because I do think we will get buyers again. It's definitely reaching the right prospects. Advertising, by far the largest expense in it, is the second run of our booth at the Travelers Golf Tournament in Connecticut. We do have first right of refusal, and our plan is to again have the booth in the fan zone. It is for all 4 days of the tournament, as well as the Wednesday Pro-Am. As you could see from the pictures, the fan zone is in an optimal spot in the tournament. It's between the first hole, 18th hole. There's really central to the food, central to the entertainment, central to the interactive activities. In this tournament, it does see hundreds of thousands of spectators. They will not release their actual counts, but I can tell you, it's huge. As part of our research, we have studied other tournaments, and we've studied tournaments that we've watched on TV, taken a look at their spectators, which nothing compares to this. We really feel for PGA Tour, a signature event is really a non-negotiable. The caliber of players for signature versus non-signature does not draw a crowd. So for example, and I put in my narrative, there's a couple tournaments specifically that we considered. One of them is the Cognizant Classic in Palm Beach Gardens. It is not a signature event. Caliber of players is not good. And, you know, we're not the only club from South Florida that's relevant or top of mind when we're there. Of course, I've heard a lot of feedback from members. Why not the US Open at Shinnecock? Why not the PGA at Aronimink? So I did reach out to them, and I did reach out to the Ryder Cup last year as well. And what they said is they reserve their on-course activations for partners with 7-figure multi-year commitments. So unfortunately, that is definitely out of the budget. I'm not going to say unfortunately. I think fortunately that is out of the budget. But I think that really validates the value that we are getting for our investment at Travelers. We did budget $36,000 for Travelers for next year. We were at $30,000 last year. The Travelers fee did increase $1,500, but the other reason for increasing it, a little bit of climate control might be nice in the booth because it did get awfully hot there. I see a couple people shaking their head. And we also would like to have more staff engaged in the booth. So I was up there for 9 days. It was a lot. Joe Domino was there for 6 days. It was a lot between setup. We have to cover that booth 10 hours a day, and it was hot. And it was a long walk to and from the car. A lot of talking to prospective members. But we really feel that it was incredible to put the club on that stage and to partner with the PGA Tour. And we really feel, especially with rising talent on our team, as well as how articulate our leadership team is in other departments, we would love to have more of our staff be a part of it, because we know golf in membership is not, we're not the only departments of the club. So we would like, for example, someone like Reagan, someone like Jason, maybe someone like Karen Minkus, someone like Mike Puck, someone from the culinary team. We would, Mr. Spina, we would love for people to just be able to pop in for, do it in shifts, maybe 2.5 days each, on the surface with the prospects. And then a different setup and breakdown team would be ideal as well with that.
What's been the follow-up after the tournament, and have we had any results?
So we do have our golf trip giveaway winner, who we do expect, that person to be a viable prospect. That individual, we are coordinating our calendar with his calendar. We are looking at November for a date. He is a live one. I feel very optimistic. The club is top of mind and relevant to him. And we have communicated, so we've done 2 communications, 2 email blasts since the Travelers, to everyone. We've had great open rates on the newsletters. We did do some personal follow-up with those that we personally, myself, Joe, Michael, made connections with. I think our big problem with Travelers, and really it's not even a problem with Travelers, it's timing. Middle of June is beach house season when you're in New England, and their best weather of the year just started, and they're not wanting to think about how miserable winter is. So I do think Glen Eagles I think it is still relevant to, we had 288 people snap our QR code, and quite a few requested specific information from the club from that as well. But we are planning a follow-up. We are planning a second golf trip giveaway that we are going to time the first cold front when it hits the Northeast, because we really feel like they're going to be like a golf trip to Florida now, and we are going to make them enter that golf trip giveaway. And we've told them that. Our last communication said, stay tuned, right when your weather gets cold, we're going to have an opportunity for you to enter for our next golf trip giveaway. But we do think, what we know with membership is it takes time. We did the New York Open in Long Island twice as well. I think that repetition, the recognition, the relationship, it definitely continues to grow over time. And I've had prospects I've dealt with for 4 to 5 years before they've made a purchase. Even I know Mrs. Spiderman, you said you were checking out Realtor.com for years. 4 years, you said? 4 years before she made a decision. So it is very typical for people to do their research years in advance. And I do think any opportunity we have to stay top of mind, relevant, meeting them where they're at is only going to pay dividends. So we do also have a concern if we give the booth up. One of our neighbors might jump in. And something with Travelers, we do have their demographics from 2024. They have not yet fully tabulated 2025. But I do think it's, of course, Long Island would be ideal. But they still have affluent, high net worth golf enthusiasts in the Northeast. And they do have, and my narrative addresses this as well, 62% of spectators are from 25 or more miles away, 35% are from 50 plus miles away, and 15% of spectators are from over 100 miles away. So if you think about hundreds of thousands of spectators and 15% of them are hidden, parts of Long Island are less than 100 miles. Most of Long Island is more than 100 miles away. But that's still a great area and a great market for us. And the people we met, Boston, a lot of people from New York, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and of course, New Jersey. So, okay, I'm sorry. And just keep in mind, we're still lower than our pre-COVID budget, and it's less than 1 new member capital contribution. Last but not least, membership welcome is $23,000, which is a reduction of $3,500 from last year. That is because last year we added parties and we found they were not too well attended. And it's a fact that new members in their first year, they might be seasonal, they might be snowflakes. So we're gonna focus on just one new member party, make it top notch, fill the room, and we're inviting new members for at least 2 years. So that way if they don't make it this year, hopefully they can make it next year. So that's it.
Mr. Barry.
I know you weren't going to say anything, but I certainly and everybody here will acknowledge the success that you've had in regard to your recent certification. I certainly want to congratulate you on a really hard series.
Thank you very much.
Also, since you brought up GNA, there's one GNA person we forgot to mention, Catherine, 15 years.
Kristen,
Yes.
I think we're missing the boat on advertising our apparel and stuff in the golf and tennis. We've got an app that's great. I think we should use it, push your emails. I think if we show this product, there's a lot of people that never go into pro shops that would be willing to buy this stuff. So I think we need to promote it more.
We have a meeting Friday at 2 o'clock. We have a detailed agenda that is on it. We're gonna do some limited releases. And from a marketing perspective, this came from the marketing working group. It is a goal of the membership marketing committee and the marketing working group to get more members wearing the Glen Eagles logo everywhere they go. Let's be walking billboards for the club. Let's be proud. And coffee cups are now in the
Pro
golf
shop.
shop for sale. I think
Down in the
they're
pro shop.
$9.
I can take your order now and I'll deliver
Yeah,
it to
they're
your table.
very important.
Mr. Feldman had a question.
This is directed to Scott and it's Jamie. Number one is a pleasure. I think this past year, you and Jamie had a little smile. Everybody else goes like this. But can you comment a bit on cyber security precautions the club has taken or contemplates?
Currently, we are using what I would consider to be one of the top of the line intrusion prevention company called Sophos. The desktop, and it's AI enhanced, trying to protect the desktops. The Intermedia, which is our email host, they've got a complete line of things to try to work on phishing and spam and stuff like that. It's trouble. It's hard to find a happy medium because I'll either crank it down too tight or you open it up a little bit and we get a lot more spam. But it's kind of designed to take the teeth out of the viruses or something. Even if some of the spam or the really bad stuff gets through, the links have been like booted or cut off. So,
Scott, when did we do that, that survey through the club? on vulnerability?
penetration testing. The last one we did was about 18 months ago. We're probably doing another one.
Yeah, we do a penetration test, the company comes in and we've knocked on wood, we've done really well. I don't want to jinx this, we've had 0 issues.
Yeah, we give them all of the ports that we use in and out, and they basically run, decent level attacks to see if there's any vulnerabilities and openings and stuff like that. We also do some testing where we are sending some stuff to people to see who likes to click on links that they shouldn't, and then we get reports like, Jimmy clicked on 5 links he shouldn't have, and then we can use that as an education tool.
Our staff are aware that if you see something that's, send it to Scotty and ask him about it. I still get quite a bit. We've not been, who had a question?
We also implement.
We need to do it again.
Companies that do it.
Speaking of Jamie, Jamie has been here 8 years, and there is one other person who is very essential to this club, who I forgot to mention. HR director, Carolina, has been here 21 years.
And one more quick thing with offsite backup. We're still using the Barracuda services. They're one of the top ones as well. But we are
when that contract comes up, I'm gonna be looking at another offsite backup options. It basically backs up and encrypts, and we have a copy on site, and then it's also.
And I'm not kissing up at our general manager for 20 years.
All right, you folks hungry?
Yes. Well, unless there were no questions on G&A.
Right after lunch, we're gonna come back in here, okay, and then we'll do our download. Huh?
You want to explain why we're lowering legal fees to 45?
Oh, yeah, real quick. I'm being optimistic that, I apologize, I didn't prepare, I should have had, but there's so many different reasons that we're bringing the legal fees to, that we're being charged the legal fees. But I think there were some non-recurring things that we shouldn't see next year. So, in my eyes, it's a goal. We need to try to drop that down, do our very best. I know we can. So.
Along the way. Lunch and then we'll meet to discuss it. Every department is done. We are officially done with the presentation. We're doing lunch. When we come back from lunch, we will have the Budget and Finance Committee do their meeting.